run game. Maybe that's the change that they need strategically.
But this week against Pittsburgh, with all due respect to Aaron and DK Metcalf, they're not going to be long, huge explosive plays you wouldn't expect. You got to stop the run. The run to me is more important for them, and Gainwell's done a nice job, and they have to control that. Metcalf will get his MVS, and their tight end, Freiermuth is pretty damn good, but yeah, stop the run, you'll be okay. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe what he's talking about it doesn't pertain as much to this week.
Right.
It's funny. Earlier in the show, you were talking about how you still have concerns about Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And that he might have a spell over Detroit.
Well, he's lost the last few.
I know. I'm not concerned about the spell. I realized, and I wonder if this is maybe what you're talking about. I realized I'm not concerned about the spell of Aaron Rodgers. However, a loss to Aaron Rodgers would sting more than most.
Oh, yeah, because don't forget, remember he referred to the Lions as that team?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't even address them by name.
Now, Pittsburgh's rushing offense that concerns you is bottom 5 in the NFL.
Yeah, I know. But the Lions' rushing defense has been horrible the last few weeks. That's why.
I wonder if this is, I just suggested that maybe they gang up against the pass. Maybe this is why they try and gang up against the pass. Kang, I knew you were out for a second there. I just realized what it is with Aaron Rodgers and you guys. And maybe it's not, maybe I don't share the same feelings. I will admit a loss to Aaron Rodgers stings more, but I'm not scared of it anymore.
It was definitely sting more because it's Aaron Rodgers. But I think with me and Stoney, we know the history and we're never going to forget the history.
Right.
And I think, honestly, Doug, at some point, the Lions are going to lose 2 games in a row. And it wouldn't be crazy to lose to a Steelers team that's not terrible, And so one of the things I actually, off the field, the reasons why I think the Lions are going to win this game is because they don't lose 2 games in a row. But on the field, this season has just never felt right. They just keep getting more and more injured. And so, but they're resilient to not lose 2 games in a row. At some point, though, it's going to happen, guys. And it could be the Steelers. It could be a team. It could be a really good team. It could be a really bad team. But the point is, it's going to happen. This streak's not going to last forever.
So just to be cool, you say the season has never felt right. It didn't feel right to you when they were 4-1?
No, because I think there was remember, people weren't even happy with Morton. I think it's at some point where his usage. I know the offense was putting up points back then. Maybe I felt okay at 4-1. Like I wasn't panicking, of course, but maybe at some point after that, Doug. I mean, let's say this for the last 2-3 months.
Yeah, okay. I admit it's been a long time since they've looked like themselves. I think it did feel right early in the year because at that stretch they were averaging close to 40 points a game when they won the 4 in a row after losing the opener.
Yeah, and they played teams. Chicago was trying to figure out what they were, and they Baltimore
blew through the AFC North.
Yes, and so this is another AFC North team coming in. The thing why this team is not what it was, and you can say it's injuries, fine, but whatever the reason is, especially on the offensive line, they used to pound people. Mm-hmm. You looked at the play of the line of scrimmage, and the Lions' offensive surge was, 2-3 yards, second level a lot.
Yep.
They don't do that a lot.
They don't do it as much, and the Ragnow thing is one that just sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fake comeback sucks.
I know.
Because the fake comeback got us all fired up that this might be the in-house solution we've been looking for.
No, I was away last week. Now, Fraley said that the door's still open for him for next year. He hasn't said anything on that, right?
I did not see that, no. All right. You suggested an email you sent to one of the most stony topics ever.
Yeah.
This is right in line with you. Is there one transaction Brad Holmes made that you wish there could be a redo?
Yes.
What would it be?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a move that he did make.
He did make.
That you wish he didn't.
Yes.
Now, this doesn't imply, does it include the move you wish he did instead, or is it just?
Well, especially when it comes to draft choices.
Okay. Well, what would it be?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few the last couple of years.
I know you document these and keep this list at the ready in case anybody ever asks.
Yes, but,
where did our teams blow it most? Stoney's always ready to tell you where it went wrong.
I'll tell you where they did good too. You know, I'm on it completely. I'm equal opportunity on this type of thing. But for this little exercise, I go back to the 2023 draft with the 68th pick, the third round selection of Hendon Hooker. When I look who they should have, could have taken way down in that draft of the third round, including.
So is the topic is more than just, I wish they didn't take Hendon Hooker.
Well,
I wish they didn't take Hendon Hooker and
selected either Yaya Diaby of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or Kobe Turner of the Los Angeles Rams.
So this was one of the great drafts in the history of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Because of what they did in the first two rounds. In the third round is where they took Hendon Hooker.
And they also took Broderick Martin
And
later
they took
in that third round.
and Broderick Martin,
They traded up.
they traded up to get him, which was fascinating and a big swing and a miss because they couldn't wait.
Right.
They didn't want to wait around and lose Broderick Martin.
Yeah.
So Hendon Hooker would be the biggest one for you?
Yeah. Because of those, those two defensive studs that they could have got.
Of course, we don't know if they would have taken those studs.
That's true.
All you
too.
get to do for the purposes of the topic is wipe out the Hendon Hooker pick.
Correct.
And based upon if there's one area that Brad Holmes struggles in the draft, it's the third round.
Yeah.
Although it was Kirby a third rounder?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so since Kirby,
Yeah.
I guess it's hard to, because if we're just striking out one move that he made, like if they didn't bring back Davenport, for instance,
Yeah,
and
that's a
put
good
faith
one.
in him. But here's the problem. That doesn't free up all that much money,
Right.
right? I mean, that's the issue, is not bringing back Davenport doesn't really open up the window to do something else great other than take a chance on somebody else
Right.
who also would be available for a little amount of money.
Correct.
So is there a move he made that you wish he hadn't? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney is in for Anderson here on 97.1. Interesting feedback here we got from a Packer fan. Sends us this. You Lions fans are panicking over nothing. The Packers aren't winning another game this season. Way too many injuries to key components. Our goose is cooked. You guys are going to sneak in. Don't worry.
Well, they are. We saw the list, one of the shows, the First Take show in our studio. And yes, with now Parsons and Kraft and Zach Tom and the list goes to Christian Watson, who knows about him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're in tough shape.
We can relate.
Mm-hmm. No sympathy for them.
No, I mean, last year, remember this. Last year, the Lions defense didn't get banged up in the first round of the playoffs. They were banged up late in the year, and they kept winning.
Oh, yeah. Thanksgiving was the game where, I think McNeil got hurt and Montgomery, if I remember correctly.
They kept winning. They did a great job of finding ways to win, even shorthanded. And it's not ideal.
No.
But I always find it interesting. I mean, they didn't win at all.
No.
Got it. But this Packer fan's white flagging it with 3 weeks to go, and they're a game and a half up on Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have been underdogs most games they've played. The fact that they're slight dogs does not matter.
It's true.
It is true.
And they're getting better, too.
It is true. But why do you think Vegas hasn't responded to that? Why do you think Vegas hasn't?
I don't know. They don't believe in Caleb.
Vegas isn't dumb. So, the fact that they've won a bunch of games they aren't supposed to is fine. Mm-hmm. And I'm impressed. Don't get me wrong. Now, Green Bay was a pretty heavy favorite, and now they're still favored, even losing Micah. Now, it's only 1.5 at this point, but.
And the game's in Chicago.
It's in Chicago, yeah.
And the Packers are still favored?
Packers are favored.
Wow.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Kang, you have any idea why Green Bay would still be favored?
I mean, Vegas is just all about getting the even money on each side, so they just know where the money's going, so they put the line to continue the even money, right?
Yeah. I mean, of course, but
they don't predict who's going to win. They just try to put the number at where they would get
right. They want 50-50.
Yeah.
But it's still a curious point spread, is it not?
Yes.
You have to ask the public that then, Doug.
I know, right?
The public's the one who decides the line, really.
Well, that's true. What else do we got here to the Carson Anderson inbox? Letting Zeitler go and picking Hooker. Everyone knows Rakestraw was injury prone. Thanks. That's from Wags. Look, they take chances. They took J-Mo coming off a knee injury.
Pascal was injured too. They love their injured players.
Well, they love the football players, and they're not as scared as injuries. Like if you decide you're not going to take a guy who's injured, you don't have J-Mo.
Right.
So some risks are worth it.
Mm-hmm. There's another. The other one I thought of was taking Levi Onwuzurike in round 2 instead of Nick Bolton.
Yeah, this topic feeds right into what you do in your list of guys they should have taken. Next text, the Bears. I'm sorry. I think everybody's overlooking the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy is playing better and better. I say the Vikings beat Detroit for the second time and put them out of their misery.
That would not stun me. They beat them here. And J.J. is getting a little better.
Sometimes teams have your number.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then they might be in trouble against the Vikings, and the Bears might be in trouble against the Lions.
By the way, speaking of numbers, there's 2 little things that I saw that I couldn't believe. Well, one, I definitely believed. Now 2 is what? 0-6 against in games where the weather's 40 degrees or lower.
What's that, the Lions?
Tua's
0-6.
0-6. He lost last night in Pittsburgh. It was cold.
Right.
0-6.
Yep.
And speaking of the Steelers, do you realize that they have not lost a home Monday night football game since 1992? 23 straight Monday night football games that have been played in Pittsburgh the Steelers have won. That is incredible to me.
That's pretty remarkable. Yeah. I mean, that's why the whole Tomlin,
it's a coward too.
Well, sure, but the Tomlin stuff blows my mind that there's talk of getting rid of him. And it felt like a few weeks ago there was real momentum where former Steelers are speaking up and all that. And I look at that team, and I see a team that's been kind of piecemealed together, and he's got them right back where they always are. And, you know, they're I get that you get sick of the playoff collapses, but
I know.
they won a Super Bowl in 2008. They've missed the playoffs since then 5 times, since 2008. They lost in another Super Bowl. I don't want to go. Well, let's see. Their record in the playoffs. How many playoff games have they won that time? 2, 3, 4, 5. They've won 5 playoff games in that time, and they've lost 6 straight. 6 straight playoff losses. Going back to 2016 when they made it to the AFC Championship game, they lost that. Then they lost in the first round the next 5 times. But they're always in the mix. They're always
Right.
over 500. I don't know. I just think Tomlin's brilliant. And that stat is wild.
Well, the team, the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, a lot of people want John Harbaugh gone now.
What would happen if the Steelers hosted a Monday night game on a week that followed a Lions loss? And they played the Lions in Pittsburgh. Lions coming off a loss, Steelers hosting on Monday night.
I don't know. I mean, the odds would say Pittsburgh's going to win because they win at home on Monday night. But thankfully, the game will be at Ford Field on Sunday.
Yep.
It'll be nice and warm for Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, and Tracy Wolfson.
Is that the crew we got?
Yes, you got the CBS A crew.
Well, that's interesting because we may get the CB or the NBC A crew on that last game of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're done with 1:00 games, right?
Yes, we are. Christmas, I don't know who does the game. Christmas is a Netflix game. I don't even know.
That's right.
Is that Kevin Harlan? I don't even know.
On the Monday Night Preview show on ESPN, they showed the Oz the Mentalist guy with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Did you see what he did with them?
No, I've seen him a lot with all sorts of teams. I saw him with Howard Stern. I know he's coming to a Defeat the Label charity, I believe, next year here. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I don't believe in any of this crap, so I'd be the perfect person to.
What do you mean you don't believe in any of this crap?
I don't believe he can do what he's doing. There's got to be. It's crazy.
So what he did with
He
them,
has to have some kind of intel.
he had them throw a football around the room. He just threw a football out there and threw it to Bradley Chubb, threw it to Mike Hilton, threw it to Dwayne Eskridge, et cetera, et cetera. And it ended up with Tyreek Hill, whose nickname is Cheetah. And then he wrote Chubb, Hilton, Eskridge. Can't remember who the other guys were. I know Tua was one, A-Chain, Hill. It spelled out Cheetah. They threw it around the room. He had them throw it around the room, and the last names of all the guys spelled out Cheetah. And it ended up in Tyreek Hill's hands.
Well, because Oz Perlman is a cheetah.
What's that?
He's a cheetah. He has intel.
Is that what you think?
I don't know. It is fascinating. Did you guys ever? Did you ask Goff about it? Because he came. It was Goff,
I
St.
didn't.
Brown, and I don't know if it was Gibbs or somebody else.
I didn't ask him about it. We're going to ask him next week about folding presents for that Netflix commercial, but
Okay.
which was pretty funny. But yeah, the guy's incredible.
I know. It is amazing. He's local too.
Is he?
He went to North Farmington High School, I believe.
Oh, did he really? Wow. Impressive. All right. It's the stony topic. What is the move you wish that Brad Holmes didn't make? Some of them posted here on Twitch. The Tesla trade, not a knock on him as a player and what he can do, but I just don't think it was needed with JMO and Amon-Ra. That's from Det313.
And let alone the draft capital they gave up.
Aaron says if I'm wiping out one pick, it's Ennis Rakestraw. Yeah, I mean, look, he's not going to get them all right.
No, look, nobody gets him all right. I always mention Howie Roseman, okay? He selected Jalen Reagor instead of Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. Well, one of the teams that swung and missed at a bunch of moves was Seattle, all while competing for Super Bowls
Right.
in the heart of the Russell Wilson era.
Yes.
But they had a bunch of moves. I mean, they signed Matt Flynn to a big contract.
Yeah.
They traded for Percy Harvin. They drafted Aaron Curry, all while building a Super Bowl roster.
Right.
And they put a lot of resources into things that that didn't work out.
Aaron Curry's the guy a lot of people here wanted the Lions to take one overall instead of Stafford.
I admittedly was amongst them.
Me too.
Yep.
How stupid were we?
Yeah, well, what else is new? 248-539-9797. Stoney's in for Gator. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes to assists, FanDuel is the best place for you to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And now's the perfect time to join. Because if you want to play same-game parlays, here's what I recommend you do. You do it with house money. How do you get that? Well, if your first $5 bet wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. There you go. That's the house money part of it. But you got to get that first $5 bet to win. So when you join, put a $5 deposit in, take that $5, put it down on a heavy favorite on the money line. Then, if that heavy favorite wins the game, you get the $150 in bonus bets, and you can same game parlay till the cows come home. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager, only $5 deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. So when you hit your bonus and you get your $150, you got a week to do it, to spend it. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We found that statement to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons basketball is all the way back.
They're back to being a really good team. They were at the end of last year. All the way back means NBA champion in my mind, and I don't think they're there yet. But the East the way it is, they could, I'm not saying they will. If I was betting, I would say they won't get to the NBA Finals.
So I found a list of strength of schedule, the record of your opponents.
Oh.
Detroit's strength of schedule so far ranks 20th in the NBA. Teams in the East, now most of the teams at the top are in the West. Orlando and Boston have played the third and fourth toughest schedule. Miami is at 8. Atlanta at 13. Washington 15. Brooklyn 18. Milwaukee 19. And then Indiana and Detroit tied for 20th.
Where are the Knicks?
The Knicks are at 24th.
Oh,
And I just went through the Knicks schedule. They haven't played a lot of the power brokers out west either.
okay.
So
Well, they're playing well, it doesn't count, but they're playing the Spurs, I think, tonight for the NBA Cup.
what do you mean it doesn't count?
Doesn't count in the standings.
The NBA Cup game, this game does not count in
Nope.
the standings?
Correct.
I thought they worked a way to make these games count in the
Up
standings.
until this.
Is that right? This one doesn't count.
Correct. Unless they changed it from last year.
Do you know anybody who's going? Didn't you have some friends that were talking
No,
about it?
They were talking about that. They said they should move it out of Vegas because it's not selling tickets. And one of my friends sent me a SeatGeek or a StubHub graphic chart of where the tickets they're like half price right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, every NBA Cup game other than the championship game. So you're
Yes.
right. This is the one that doesn't count. And I'm in the George Blaha camp. I was asked last night, who do you like? Greg Kelser asked him, who do you want to think is going to win this? And Blaha just said, I don't care. And I'm like, I think we all have a belief that everyone in their life heads to a point where, as an older person, you just don't care what people, you just say whatever's on your mind and
Right.
you give 0 Fs.
Mm-hmm.
George appears to be there.
Well, what's he, 80? Good for him.
Is that the way this thing looks like?
As you look towards me, as I am 13 years away from that number.
George gives 0 Fs, but I think most of the world cares little about the NBA Cup.
Pretty much. I understand why they tried to do it, try to spruce up the regular season a little bit, and they make the games, because we went through a period, and we're still there to a certain extent, where the competitive juices in the regular season and games just aren't there. But when you give them something to play for, $1 million a player, I think that's where you get some of these games have been pretty good.
I mean, can you name all the teams that are in the Pistons division?
In the NBA Cup thing?
No,
Oh,
just the Pistons division. The Pistons do belong to a division.
yeah. So let's see. I'll guess Chicago, Cleveland, Toronto, Milwaukee, Indiana, and I think the Florida teams are in the other division. And I don't know. Atlanta and Charlotte, where are they? I don't know.
No, you've got too many teams.
Oh, okay.
Ken, can you name all the teams in the Pistons division?
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh, I took Toronto's the one that probably doesn't
Is
belong.
Winnipeg there one of them?
it's Detroit, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Chicago, and the Pacers.
Okay. I got them all, but I just
nobody
added
pays it.
Toronto.
Nobody like. So the reason I bring that up is I do remember when I was younger, winning the division was a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to win the division. Now, if there was some playoff advantage to winning your division, otherwise, I'm not sure the purpose of divisions.
Do they get seeded? Do they get a advantageous seed if I don't know, like if you win the division, but that's not like football.
Well, there's 3 division winners.
Right.
So, I mean, the top 2 division winners get first, get the top 2 seeds. And last year, Orlando was a division winner technically, but had to play in a play-in game. So it didn't benefit
Right.
them in any way.
No.
It didn't make them like
No.
the 3 seed.
No,
So.
it's by conference. which
So
is
anyway,
fine.
your point of them trying to spice up the regular season, that's one of the things. If you're in a division, I think a division championship should mean something for the postseason, which spices up the regular season.
But it doesn't.
But it doesn't. So I don't know, man. Hey, look, I'm just glad they're competitive. And are they all the way back? My definition of all the way back is being an NBA title contender. I'm really close to wanting to give them that.
Right.
I kind of want to see them go through some of the best teams in the West. Now, you don't play the teams in the West till the NBA Finals once you get to the postseason.
Right.
So should it be a real metric? Yeah, I think it should. I think you should. If you can compete with those teams on the floor in the
Right.
regular season and you're the best, you got the best record in the East, you're an NBA title contender by definition.
They beat the Houston Rockets on the road, so that was probably their best win.
Yep.
so to
And
speak.
other than that, they've played,
New Orleans
they played nobody from the West
played Memphis. I know that.
in the top 8. The Rockets are the only team in the
Right.
top 8 that they have played. So they got a bunch of games coming up against teams like Oklahoma City and Denver, the Lakers, San Antonio, which I am fascinated because the Pistons have been running roughshod over the East right now.
Yeah,
And it's always good to be Boston.
it's always good to be Boston.
And who is it that had the insulting comment years ago? Was it Jaylen Brown, Kang?
Yeah.
Who just basically said when we play teams, hey, this was at media day, like was it before last year? He said when we play teams like the Pistons, we know we can let Peyton Pritchard go get his. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, that's highly insulting. But with that said,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys do the Restore the Floor podcast.
Yes.
Have you seen, because this team's competition level, have you seen the numbers go up? Are people getting more and more into it?
Yeah. Than they were the last. I mean, when we started, it was like crickets, but you
Yeah.
know, unless we had like a really good guest like Larry Brown or Stan Van Gundy on. But yeah, as it's like anything else, as they get better, more people get interested. So yes.
Well, it's fun to watch. And last night's game was another game where Cade was great in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics are just going to bomb away from 3, and they did. But they
Cade-
went 1 of
Cade-
18 in the second and third
Right,
quarter.
which is
And the
not like them.
Pistons went from down 12 to up 6.
Cade is getting to a point. You know, I've always, but I've said recently that when you play the Detroit Lions, Amon-Ra St. Brown is unguardable. You can't defend him.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham, when he gets the ball one-on-one against you, you can't stop him. Because whether it's a pull-up or the moving goes to the hoop for the layup, the only one who can stop Cade when he goes to the hole is himself.
Well, and last night he shot it from the perimeter.
Yes,
Went
which
6 of 10 from 3.
Right, which he hadn't been doing very well this year. That was his one.
But his ability to, off the dribble, get himself free for an open shot, like a wide open shot. He had one where he drove into the lane, step back free throw line, fade away, where I felt like there was no defender within 4 or 5 feet of him. Like he just drove into the heart of the defense and then quickly pulled up and faded away. And it made it look like a free throw. And there was nobody near him. And it's that kind of ability to get into the lane. And I'm just so glad he's not the bust that all the callers told us he was in his rookie year.
Oh my God.
Not everybody hits the ground running. Sometimes patience pays
No,
off.
and there were a lot of injuries and stuff too.
Yeah. And I'll
With
just
him.
say this. As time goes on, I am more and more comfortable with being patient with Jaden Ivey's comeback. I watched Jaden Ivey on the defensive end of the floor and the effort he puts in. Now, last night he took 7 threes and only made 1 of them. The offensive numbers haven't always been there since he's come back. He had 15 in a game last week. He's been actually scored the game against Milwaukee, the game that they lost that I came away so frustrated with. That's his high points since his return. Last 3 games, it's 10, 10, and 10. But I think he's going to be an important part of this future. And when he gets his sea legs back, look out.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Big Jaden Ivey fan.
Yes.
And then there's going to be a lot of talk about trades, Stoney.
Yes, I believe they still need a better outside shooter than what they have. I'm not saying trade Duncan Robinson. You needed somebody in addition to that.
In addition to Duncan.
Yes.
Yeah, look, if they get another perimeter shooter, it would definitely be helpful. And I don't think you have to give up a ton to just get a specialist like that.
No, I mean, from what we're seeing with the Trey Murphy, Ivy Holland and a number one.
I'm not expecting a Mark Aguirre, Rasheed Wallace type trade.
No, I saw one where it was like, I think it was Holland, a number one, Ivy for Murphy, and because they had to bring back, Tobias is in there too. They'd bring back one of your favorite former Pistons of all time, Sadiq Bey.
Yeah. We bring in Rico Beard. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Guys, I keep forgetting about this new, we got to end the show at a certain time. So we're actually going to use some stuff that you guys talked about with Jared Goff. And are you a bad fan if you don't believe?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. The Karsh Stoney, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings have the Islanders tonight, a team they've already lost to twice. New York has also won 6 of their last 7. Here, the 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. It'll be the first NHL game of the year for John Leonard, who leads the Griffins in goals this season with 19. He takes the spot of Patrick Kane as well. Lions quarterback Jared Goff joined Karsh Stoney earlier when was asked what he would say to reinstill faith that they can still make the playoffs. Rams receiver Devontae Adams tweaked his hamstring in the game against Detroit on Sunday. The team is still hopeful he can play this Thursday against Seattle, however. Michigan QB Jaden Davis is entering the transfer portal. According to Pete Nakos of On3, former head coach Jim Harbaugh told Dan Patrick he has texted with Sharon Morris since his arrest. He also confirmed that he's not helping with the coaching search. Michigan State Hoops is also back in action tonight against Toledo. The Tigers officially announced the signing of righty pitcher Drew Anderson today. It's a one-year deal with a team option for 2027 as well. The Pistons off until Thursday. The NBA Cup is tonight as the Spurs battle the Knicks at 8:30. It'll be the second game back for Victor Wembanyama. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How the hell is everybody on a Tuesday? Let's get to business. Yes, we're going to get into the Jared Goff thing because if I needed to be any more disgusted with the Lions, Jared Goff was sure to do that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the fans are the problem. You haven't won back-to-back games since September, funny man. But we'll get there. But we're going to start with something that Sharon Moore's penis ruined. We are going to start with something.
Hold on, Mike. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, hold on. I got breaking news. We had a beautiful topic about Quinn Hughes. A beautiful topic. Full lines out of ether. The people were ready. We delivered the content. Just as we're about to go to the first call about a Connor Hughes trade. Hey, we got breaking news. Sharon can't keep it in his pants. He's been fired. So we're going to try this again on the flip side.
You know who else was ready? Hughes was ready.
He was ready. I want to play for you some audio that has me spitting mad. And whether you think I have a right to be mad or not, well, you can call in with. But Quinn Hughes spoke about his trade to the Minnesota Wild. And there are a couple of things you can take out of this. One is his comment, this seems like, feels like, sounds like. It's directed at Steve Yzerman. Because of part one about his comments about Billy Guerin, the GM at a Wild, and part two, a comment about why he likes Minnesota because it's near something else. And when I hear Elliot Friedman say that there was something the Wings didn't want to give up that cost you the deal, and it might be Evanson, my head explodes. So I'm going to play the audio. I'm going to lay out why I think it means what it means. And then I want to try this again unless another coach is going to bring a knife to his mistress's house and unearths the topic.
Or an AD.
David, the audio.
Wonder who he's talking about.
So let me run down the list. Let me run down the list while Kenny's moaning.
Close to Michigan.
Yeah, it's close to Michigan. You know, other teams could have given up a few things too, you know. I got to give credit to Billy Guerin for sacking up, unlike some other punk GMs.
And I won't forget this.
Oh, by the way, 2 nights ago, he played 27 minutes of ice time, scored a goal. 27 minutes. And by the way, he ain't leaving at the end of this year. You got him through next year. And you're the only team that could give him an 8th year in a deal. Think of it as bird rights. Tell me that wasn't directed at Yzerman. Tell me he didn't want to be here.
Right in the crosshairs.
I dare you.
No, that was right in the crosshairs. And yeah, I mean, even when he's like, yeah, and it's not something I'm going to forget either. Like, close to Michigan. You had the ability. You sacked up. You made the deal other teams could have.
And that's on the heels of the Friedman report that apparently, Evanson was the holdup. F him. You could have had Hughes. He's a superstar left-handed defenseman who's absolutely the puck mover, the zone breaker, the quarterback that you desperately need on the blue line that allows Mo Seider to be more of Mo Seider. Be the best pairing in the league.
No, and what hurts more, it sounds like, feels like, seems like he wanted to be here. He wanted this to happen because rarely do you hear when trades happen, it's, hey, this is a great place. I can't wait to be here. You don't take shots at the deals that did not happen. It's normally just, this is going to be a great town. It's a great fit. I'm going to go out here and I love these fans. No, it's, oh, other people could have had me, but you had the balls to pull off this trade.
So go ahead. Now, Kenny screened a couple of calls. I'll throw the number out, though. We're going to start with this. We'll get to Goff. Why? Because honestly, I'm bored of the Lions. I'm bored. We talk them to death. We're going to do more of it later. This is interesting. Plus, I don't want to talk about your quarterback whining about the fans and his feelings. But this, to me, Hughes' comments to me are directed right this way. Why on earth would you say I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan? Oh, wait, your parents vacation here, and they're fond of it here. Why would you say that Billy Guerin sacked up when others didn't? Kenny, are you done moaning? Do you want to speak?
I am, no, I'm not done moaning, but I'm going to stop myself briefly because I haven't, when David was about to play that audio, I thought you were going to play the Friedman clip of him saying the holdup might have been Simon Edvinsson, which is damning enough already if that's true. This is a whole mystery box thing that we've talked about with basically every other team in this town of, well, a Hughes is a Hughes, but a Simon Edvinsson could be anything. It could even be a Hughes. What are we doing here? And then Hughes comes out and basically pinpoints one after another of all the things that could have got him here and basically called Steve Yzerman a bitch. Now, what are we doing, okay?
And Kenny said basically Quinn Hughes said that, not Kenny Cott.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But listen to what he said. He said he didn't sack up.
That's right.
Wow. That's crazy. That definitely implies there's a couple of teams that were on his radar. And by the way, every single report from the NHL that I've seen from most beat writers and most people that cover the league said that the Wings were, if not the favorite, the second favorite team to land him.
Bang. That's the biggest point. There wasn't 8 teams. You can't say, oh, he's talking about other G. No. The Wings were the team at the forefront the day we did the topic before Sharon landed in jail. So Billy Guerin sacked up, others didn't. Yzerman. Other teams, Yzerman, had the pieces and could have done it. Yzerman. I like Minnesota because it's close to Yzerman. Argue it.
What is it with the teams in this town, whether it's the Lions, whether it's the Tigers, whether it's the Red Wings, who fall in love so heavily with their own guys?
I'll tell you why. Because of people like Mario from Windsor, who's glad they didn't make the trade. Go ahead, Mario.
Hey, Mike, how you guys doing?
Super.
This is going to be a fun call. And, Mike, it doesn't matter whether I call in about baseball, hockey, football. I'm always in your corner. I always agree with you. But this time, my friend, I have to disagree, and I'll tell you why. The whole idea behind getting Quinn Hughes is, had they gotten Quinn Hughes without trading Edvinsson, they would have secured their top 4 D-core for years. You trade Edvinsson, how do you replace Edvinsson? Now, don't get me wrong. Quinn Hughes is a better defenseman than Simon Edvinsson. You get Quinn Hughes in here, and you solidify your top 4, you've done what should have been done by Yzerman many years ago. So I've got my issues with Yzerman. Don't get me wrong. But, Mike, I'm sorry, respectfully, got to disagree with you on this one. Let me ask what you have to say.
what I have to say is I've got arguably the best young left-handed defenseman in hockey for the next 2 years, while my team just took 5 out of their last 6 on a great road trip. And now I create the best singular pairing in hockey where this guy's capable of playing 25 minutes a game. My answer is I don't care about Simon Edvinsson. I don't worry about the second pairing nearly as much as the first. And I've upgraded the team to a point that I have this caliber of superstar talent. Mario, maybe we now can talk about not just making the playoffs in a bunched up East, but winning a series. He's a star.
Mike,
I get him in my culture. I get 2 years with him. If it doesn't work, I can move him. I can recoup assets.
And it sounds like he would want to stay here, want to sign a deal that's a little bit longer term. He said he wanted to be near Michigan. We are Michigan.
I've heard that.
Okay, but here's the other thing, guys, and I'll be quick. Okay, you can say he was referring to Yzerman in the wings, but don't forget, he's got 2 brothers who play for New Jersey. How do you know he wasn't referring to New Jersey?
It's not near
He
Michigan.
didn't want to Pardon me?
Not near Michigan.
Yeah, but guys.
And Jersey was not high on the list of the proceedings. New Jersey was not the favorite to get him. They were not the team that Elliot Friedman pimped. And again, it's not like Friedman has a report and he's got sources with everyone saying that the Devils punked out and wouldn't give up X, Y, and Z so he could go play with his brother. He said it about us.
But, yeah, so New Jersey was in there. I agree. The Wings were ahead. New Jersey was in there, obviously, for sentimental reasons because of Luke and Jack, who played for the Wings, for the Devil. We know that, the Devils. The thing is, New Jersey didn't have the assets or the cap room to bring in Quinn. We did. No doubt about it. We did.
That's why his comments were about us.
But Mike, my take on it is if Yzerman had sweetened the pot with forwards and draft picks, and if he didn't make that trade, I would completely agree with you. Absolutely. I don't want to give up Simon Edvinsson.
Okay, and that is your prerogative. That's Mario, you can do it. The bottom line is if Simon Edvinsson is holding you up from getting the best young left-handed defenseman in the league and creating the best pairing in the league for the next 8 years, then enjoy your ham. There's nothing I can say, Mario. I'm tired. 248-539-9797. Ready? Hockey Elite Unite. Quinn Hughes was talking to Steve in those comments. Something or nothing.
Oh, that was something, my friend.
Now let's see what other coach is going to have their ding-a-ling get him in trouble and derail this topic. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico with the Infirmary Report.
All right, the NBA is back, and Fanatic Sportsbook is ready, is running plays straight out the championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about the fan cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, don't worry about it. You're still scoring fan cash that you can unlock for real value. You can flip fan cash for authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events with NBA legends. But that's not their only play. Nope. Because as listeners know, where other sportsbooks let injuries box you out, Fanatic's Fair Play protects all bets from first half injuries throughout the pro football and now pro basketball. So if your player goes down with an injury, Fanatic Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning, it hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, he also likes Minnesota because it's close to Michigan.
Check Snopes, Michigan.
Quinn Hughes, you could have been in Michigan. Oh, but Elliot Friedman says Simon Edvinson held up the deal. Okay, fine. Then just keep on keeping on. David, early returns on Ticket Text before we go to the Hockey Elite, who have been so wonderful to grace us with their presence to start the show today.
Sure, great text here says, breaking news, War Manual just exposed himself at a local restaurant. Save your hockey topic. No, seriously. Here we go. Quinn wanted to come here, but they wanted too much without an extension guarantee. Wild will regret this trade. Bill
Why?
is a terrible GM.
Why will they regret it? They get him this year, next year. They're the only team that can offer him an 8th year. And if it all goes wrong, you move him. Why will they regret it? I love how we're always thumbing our nose at teams that are going to rue the decisions they make, and we just sit here not making the playoffs.
Quinn Hughes is one of us, begging Steve to sack up for years. I guess we're good. Yzerman really needs to draft an edge rusher that is Scott in Carlton. I like Evanson as a youthful, imposing defenseman, but I'd offer him on a platter to upgrade to Hughes. At this point, the only trade Yzerman hit on was the DeBrincat deal.
And I can recognize the value that he is the biggest physical force that you have. But you can replace that. You can figure it out. What you don't have is a left-handed defenseman to pair with Seider to create the best pairing in the league, where both guys, when it is high-leverage situations, when you're in a playoff series, those guys can play 23, 24 minutes, not 27 minutes like Hughes did the other night, but they are going to be out there down the stretch, close out, any power play, you've got your quarterback. He's a game changer. I mean, you cannot continue to – this is – you know what it is? I think what bothers me is the Tigers are the Wings and the Wings are the Tigers. This rosterbation over prospects and younger players. When do we just get the guy? Not the hopes and maybes and might be's. Get the guy. Oh, by the way, Ha-Sung Kim is a Brave. So you're not getting him either.
You didn't need a shortstop.
He plays multiple positions,
I know.
and I hate you. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Boys, I'm doing great. I'm super excited to talk about this. I'm a huge hockey nerd. I'm super excited to talk about this. I'm not even a Wings fan.
I'm going to put you on hold,
yeah.
Tommy. Kenny, if you could tell Tom, he sounds like he's in the middle of a maple forest. We'll get to him in a second. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm doing good. You?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, this was our chance to have the guy. Like, at this point, I feel like it's got to be the last straw with Yzerman. I mean, it's Quinn Hughes. I don't think much else has to be said. I don't think a lot of fans in Anaheim or these other cities know who Simon Edvinson is. Am I allowed to curse on this show or no?
It depends on the word. So why don't we just, if it's something light like damn or ass, yes. But if you're going to go to the words that rhyme with duck and things, no.
All right. Well, I'll just basically let's just get rid of Yzerman at this point. I can't take it.
This is the last straw for you, huh?
Man, Mario from Windsor's got his head up Luigi's.
No, but he's not the only one.
No, he believes in don't get rid of him no matter what.
Look, and I understand it's supposed to hurt, right? You're going to get rid of a 22, 23-year-old kid, 6'5", 220, right? I understand that. But Hughes is already something that Evanson likely will never be. The single...
You know what's pretty close to Michigan? Detroit.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Man.
I know. Look, this is where the frustration builds. And Matt, I do believe that was directed Yzerman's way. It's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. But the idea you're going to make a trade to get a franchise cornerstone player and you're not going to have to give up something that's going to hurt, guys, that's never going to be the case, ever. So, yeah, if you want to hold on to Evanson, that's fine. You don't have Quinn Hughes. These are not mutually exclusive of each other. So if your desire to keep Evanson outweighs your desire for Quinn Hughes, you can say that.
See, I like how you put that because I think a lot of people get seduced by the fact I want to make the trade and I want a great player. I want something that'll improve the team, but I don't want it to hurt.
Right.
Well, you're not going to make a trade because it doesn't work that way. You have to give something of quality in order to get something of quality. You have to trade something that somebody else says, okay, you know what? I see the value in this. This won't sting as much. We can swap.
And Vancouver knows they have no hope of re-signing the guy. They've cratered as a franchise. So what are they going to want? Well, they're the one holding the superstar. This is like a fantasy football trade. You want to give up 3 backup running backs and get LaDainian Tomlinson as his prime. It's not going to happen. Right. The guy with LaDainian Tomlinson needs to win too. Mm-hmm. They got to hold up to their fan base. Hey, Evanson's about to be an RFA, but he's a big body, talented kid. Right. We think in time he can become a high-level defenseman.
Right.
Plus, whatever. Right. Danielson picks, etc.
Right. So using your analogy, you may have to trade Randy Moss to get LaDainian Tomlinson.
That's the whole point. But again, Evanson isn't as good as Hughes. Hughes is a left-handed, puck-moving superstar. Arguably the best or one of the best young defensemen in hockey. Whatever Evanson may end up being.
No, I was about to say, and it sounded as if he really wanted to be here.
Why would you say I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan? Why would you say that?
That was a shot.
That's his parents' vacation here. They love it here.
That was a shot. I think that tells me, and you know, this GM sacked up, and he was able to make
that combined with the sacked up comment, that's it's everything. It's everything we're talking about right
and
now.
Then Friedman saying, well, the Wings just didn't want to give up this one guy. It's like, why? Let's go to Tom, see if his cell service is any better. Tommy?
Hey, fellas, can you hear me now?
Clear as a whistle. What's going on?
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So I'm so pumped to talk about this. I'm a huge hockey nerd, not even a Wings fan. But the fact that they valued Evanson, and I heard that this was the truth a long time ago. I know some people that know some people.
Whoa!
Not to get the bell ring there.
I'll give you a siren for that. So, go right ahead.
Give me a siren. But Sider and Edvinsson are the same player. They're the same player. Quinn Hughes is the only other guy out there that slightly resembles Cale Makar. Generational talents on the back end that you could even throw on forward. Not that you would do that, but they're forwards playing defense. And you want to hang on to Simon Edvinsson instead of pulling the trigger to get this generational talent on your back end that immediately would skyrocket you into the top 5 in the East conversation.
There's no argument.
I'm done with it. I mean, how can this guy even have a job anymore? Stevie Yzerman or I can't even wrap my head around this, guys.
Well,
it was all but a done deal. It was all but a done deal. He wanted to be in Detroit. He's from Detroit. He grew up a Detroit fan. And we're good. We got Simon Edvinsson. Are you kidding me?
Tom, but guess what? You're going to hate this, but
wanted him.
There's a lineup of people. There's a lineup of people behind you that are going to defend this. I'm looking at them right now. I don't understand it, but that's fine.
Because they don't know anything else in the league except for what's in front of them on their team. They know nothing else. They call themselves hockey fans. No, they're Detroit Red Wings fans. They don't know the ins and outs of the league.
Uh-oh. Okay, that's from Tom. Tommy, oh boy, Kenny, he's getting after it with Hockey Elite here now.
I understand what he's saying.
Kenny relates.
I don't 100%. Have a hard. Tom, I agree with you. I have a hard time disagreeing with a lot of things you're saying right now.
Well, then we'll see if Kenny's going to act like a man because Hockey Elite is going to be the running of the bulls. This is going to be an ugly scene here shortly. We'll get with more of the people. There are people saying they're glad Hughes is not here. There are people saying, I don't care about the audio. I don't care about what Elliot Friedman said. He was never coming here. I feel like at that stage, people are making things up.
I feel like at that stage, he told you without telling you this is where he wanted to be.
And Elliot Friedman was telling you the Wings had the prime spot. What are you going to say? That the Schefter of hockey had his info wrong? I'm not going to be the one to say that. David's shaking his head. What's the problem, David?
I just agree with the caller. That's all.
Okay, then. We'll get more of the callers next. 97.1. All right, it's good to see there's going to be a war between fans today, apparently. So you're either, well, we could play the audio again, but Quinn Hughes basically said, I want to thank Billy Guerin for sacking up and coming and getting me. Other people could have, and they didn't. Oh, boy. And he said he likes Minnesota because it's close to Michigan. Huh? What was the team that was the runner-up in the Quinn Hughes sweepstakes? The Red Wings. How do we know that? Elliot Friedman. And why were the Wings the runner-up? Because they drew a line in the sand and wouldn't deal Edvinsson. To me, that doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense to me. You have the opportunity to get arguably the best young left-handed defenseman in the game and the elite offensive weapon you need on that blue line. You have him for 2 years, and if you get him here and you have a confidence of your convictions that your culture's right, you can woo them, you can sign them. If you can't, you're still the only team that can offer 8 years. You can do a sign and trade. You could deal him next year. The point is, you'd have him. It makes you exponentially better this year. Mm-hmm. You make the move. It's year 7 of a rebuild, and we're still talking about not being willing to deal any of our young people. Mm-hmm. I'd rather, as Kenny puts it, I don't need the mystery box. I can get the player.
Sounds like it got shot down at the Coney Island. No, just.
Well, fans are going to go to war now because you get the people who are going, I'm tired of this crap, I want the player. And then you get the Red Wing loyalists who are like, no, I don't want to deal Edvinsson.
And see, I think the people who are tired of this crap are tired of it across the board. They're tired of hearing that, well, we don't want to make this deal because we don't want to do this. We don't want to block this person. We don't want to do this. Instead of somebody just making a deal and improving the team and taking the team over the top. I think this is just the latest example of that.
Here's the one thing I'd be careful of. If you're going to poo-poo this and start, because this is what happens in these deals, you're going to find a bunch of knocks on a player. Well, if the player's no damn good, or the player is so woefully physically incapable, or he's small, or he's not physical enough, or what, then why did Yzerman want him so bad? Why were the Wings at the altar with the player? So why don't we not do that? If you want Edvinsson, keep it about that. But the knocking of, I mean, Kenny, where would you put Hughes amongst elite, under the age of 28 defensemen in this sport who happen to be left-handed?
I put him 1 or 2. He's elite. He's absolutely elite. You're sacrificing good for great if you trade Edvinsson.
So why don't we not do that? Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. Kenny, I'll let you go to war with the Hockey Elite because they're probably upset with you. We'll go to Ben, 97.1. Benny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, how's it been, buddy? Long time.
Good, man.
Hey, the only thing I got to say is statistically right now, you got the best pair in defense with Seider and Edvinsson. Not saying I wouldn't want Quinn Hughes, but I'd like to know more of the details. Are we giving up? You know, I know they said Marco Kasper, which he hasn't really shown much this year, and Danielson, if that was tagged along, you're just opening up more holes. You don't really if you get rid of Edvinsson, left-handed shot, well, you're still got, you know, you don't have anybody in the farm system that really has a heartbeat that has a left-handed shot. And then if you get rid of Danielson and Kasper down the middle, we were really vulnerable to, you know, draining the farm system and kind of putting us back, I think, even farther with that trade is my thoughts on it.
All right. So, Kenny, you want first crack? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I guess my question to you, and I understand exactly what your points are, but at a point, how many years are we into this where we're going to be afraid to make moves like this? And also, you're sacrificing what could be good, what might be great, for what is currently elite. I think that's where I draw a line in the sand. And also, he could probably sign here considering what he said about Michigan in his comments. He wants to be here.
Right. I agree with that, too. But, Kenny, you know yourself, with Quinn Hughes, I still don't think we're a cup contender at all, you know. So, and I know it's year 7 in the rebuild, and, you know, we're kicking the can farther down the road.
There it is.
Sound like a Steve bot.
No, Ben, you're reasonable about it. I'm not mad.
You got to look at it in the big picture. What else was with the trade? I know if first round and Edvinsson, you make the deal.
No, it sounds like it was Danielson, Picks, Edvinsson. That's what it sounds like. I haven't seen anything suggesting Kasper was in that thing.
But, you know, you just got to look at – I know Danielson is either going to be a top 6 center. Hopefully, who knows. Kasper, they're just – Steve likes these 200-foot, you know, players, which – honestly, if you watch the Wings, we still lack on our defensive on both sides of the offensive and defensive side, players.
Let me phrase it to you this way. All right, Ben, if you had this attitude back in 2007, you never would have traded Cameron Maben and Andrew Miller for Miggy Cabrera.
That's 100% correct.
So at a certain point, you got to just jump in the pool, my man. If you have the opportunity to get a guy that's tracking to be a Hall of Fame player, you go and get him, and you figure it out later. I hate to break it to you.
No, good point.
And I know it's a different sport, and it's not vis-a-vis, but those were 2 top 10 prospects, the future of the Tigers. Oh, my God, how will we replace You got Miguel Cabrera.
And I don't think you regretted it at all.
No, only the last couple of years.
I was about to say until the final years, but at the time you went for it.
And when the GM picked him up at the drunk tank. That wasn't.
Well, things happen.
And when we played the 911 call. Probably then, too.
Anything else?
And when he came out with the candy, that was kind of sad and pathetic. But other than that.
Not what I thought you were going to say. Okay.
And every spring when he was in the best shape of his life.
Well, that was factual.
Except he wasn't.
That was factual.
But other than that, it was largely magical. Eli, 97.1. What's up, Eli?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, I've got a question for you, Mike. And I've kind of heard a little bit with the other callers. I'm a New York Rangers fan, and all my buddies are huge Red Wings fans, and they're really upset with how Yzerman has ran things. And my question for you is, how long can you take with Yzerman at the helm?
That's a loaded question. The guy's got a lifetime contract.
No kidding.
You know what I mean? It's just not. We can say what we are willing to tolerate, but reality is I've been convinced for years he's never getting fired. Short of going full Sharon, he's never getting fired.
Only until the unthinkable will happen, if that makes sense. But I've thought the same thing. I think he won't get fired, but I think he should. It's just a mess. I'm a fan, so I'm in a whole another world of hell. So that's another story.
No, Eli, that's the thing of it is the team has shown a nice step forward here. It's been uneven, but they've bounced back from the cold streaks. 5 out of 6 now. It's a bunched up East. Okay,
yeah,
you can go from being, the 4 seed to the 10th seed in 2 losses. The reality is these other teams are probably better than you. So if you have the opportunity to get a Quinn Hughes, I probably do that. Because in the dog days of a playoff drive, I can ask that guy to play 24, 25 minutes of ice time a night. And he's elite.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. I feel like they missed out on a major opportunity there.
They always do, though, because there's always going to be a player you don't want to give up that you can hold up to the fan base and go, we didn't want to get rid of him.
Right, and the fact that he's not a rental. He'll be around for a little bit longer, so yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I would say to you, Eli, is like that was the point of bringing Steve Yzerman in, is that if you can't go out and convince, recruit, and sign a Quinn Hughes that you would have a year and a half to do so, then you're not very good at your job.
It's kind of a shame that it's gotten to this. I just can't wrap my head around it. And I just wanted to.
No, I know. And Eli, listen, unfortunately or fortunately, there are still enough people who greatly support things that I don't know. It seems like it's a 50-50 split, maybe 60-40 pro. I don't know that this fan base is really negative about, not a majority at least. I mean, Kenny, you tell me. You're Mr. Social Media. What's Red Wings X look like?
It's up and down. It's hot and cold. But what I've been seeing with this is, I feel like it was last year around this time, or maybe it was during the offseason, where there was a report, I think, that came out of The Athletic that said Steve Yzerman is hard to deal with, whether it be with other GMs or with agents. He's very difficult to deal with. He's tough to make a deal with.
Why do you think I've said the Tigers are the Wings and the Wings are the Tigers? Scott Harris is viewed the same way.
Is.
Well, there'll always be a player involved in these trades you don't want to give up. So then, great, don't do anything, I guess. Guys like Quinn Hughes don't grow on trees.
It's always going to hurt. Whatever you're giving up, it's always going to be a guy where you're like, oh, damn it. All right,
it's supposed to, though. Give to get.
Exactly.
And ultimately, no, you don't have another 6'6", 220-pound defenseman to immediately replace the guy with. But are you better in the aggregate adding a Quinn Hughes? Are you better on the power play? Are you better on every shift? Are you creating something that every February and March, when you shove your head up your ass and fall out of the playoffs, we'll have that top line pairing that we can roll out 24 minutes a night, that we can ride these players to get us in, and that in a playoff series We can ride these players. You need elite players. And this team is woefully short on them. So you had the opportunity to get it. You chose no again. I think it's okay if fans are mad about that. I understand people who say, look, I really like Edvinson. I've named my first child Edvinson. Fine. I'm not mad at you. But if not now, when?
Well, that's just it.
It's like the Scott Harris quote from August 1st of last year that when the core is ready, we'll spend. Well, if not now, when?
Right, because things will never be perfect. So you have to take a chance, and I think this was a chance, especially for a guy, because, Mike, I don't think it would have took a lot of recruiting to get him to re-sign and stay here because it seems like this is where he wanted to be.
And this is where your lifetime contract idea comes into and actually has some validity because you just said it. If not now, when? It's been very, very long.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you're going to waste the last year of Scooble and your offseason is Drew Anderson and what? Think about that. Can you imagine how silly Rico feels saying, I want them to go all in around Scooble? All in is a guy who hasn't pitched in the major league since 2021. He's been in Korea. And you signed 38-year-old Kentley Jansen.
I was about to say they got the reliever. So
did you? Solid year last year, but I'm not in the business of signing 38-year-olds. Yeah. Tired, man. It's ridiculous.
I've given up on that dream. I thought, different topic, but I thought that's what Scott Harris is going to do. He was going to wow us at the winter meetings. He was saving it all up for this.
Yeah. Okay, then. Football season. Don't just show up on game day. Score big. Moran Buick GMC. You can lease a 26 Sierra Elevation crew cab starting at $199 a month. Drive home in a 26 Invista. Leases starting at $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down. And inventory, it rolls in every day. Yukons, Denali's, they're all there. Check it out, MoranExpress.com. You can schedule your certified service as well. So whether you're loading up for the game or you got holiday plans and road trips, Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, touch table on some football, then right back to business. David, as much as I admire Nat King Cole, something a little more appropriate, please.
This is a little bit more appropriate here. And I wanted to do this conversation before the end of the season. So they had 7 new hires, coaching-wise, in the NFL.
Okay.
And I simply want to go through them now because I think 1 or 2 may be fired at the end of the year. Let's just do pass or fail so far.
Yeah, but I fire everybody, so I'm the wrong person.
Liam Cohen. Start
Fired.
with him.
No, I'm kidding. What do you want to know about Liam Cohen?
Just pass or fail so far on the job he's doing.
Pass. The only negative
definitely.
is how he says Duval and he wears a Cabela's fishing vest.
Right. He needs to say it more like Jameis.
Exactly. But, dude, he's going to get the Jags to the playoffs, and he's at least building in a floor to the collapse of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, he actually looks like he has flipped this team. He actually looks like he's turned Trevor Lawrence into the NFL quarterback we all thought he was going to be.
So I'm starting easy. Ben Johnson.
Pass.
Oh, definite pass. You know what? He may move to the head of the class because he took a quarterback that I really wasn't sold on in Caleb Williams, and he slowly but surely he got Caleb to stop being his own worst enemy. Follow my plan, son. This thing will work.
So I'm going to give you another easy one. Should be the last easy one here, Mike Vrabel.
I'm not even dignifying that with a response. Next.
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, nothing like what he did at Tennessee. But.
So maybe there's a little bit more question mark with this one. And this one may be one I was thinking about here because we don't know how Jerry Jones will wake up every day. Brian Schottenheimer.
Pass.
Okay.
He took over a really tough situation. It's one of the better offenses in the league. I know the O-line has started to falter. The defense couldn't be fixed all in 1 year. I'm actually good with it. He waited a long time for a shot, and he's brought a lot out of Dak. I'm good with it. I say pass.
You know what? I'm going to agree because he was almost set up to fail from the beginning. I mean, you traded away Micah Parsons, and it looked like this is just – it wasn't going to work. Like, you gave away my best player? But he has made it work. Dak looks good. The offense looks good. And with the trades that they had, David, give him an off season, and I think that he can continue this.
Next on the list, let's head south. And one, Kellen Moore for the New Orleans Saints. They are 4-10.
A+. They play really hard for him. That's a really bad football team, bad cap situation, bad rebuild. I'll never understand the drafting of Tyler Shuck because they're going to replace him in this draft. But Kellen, they play hard. They've won some games. They compete. I think it's a major success for him in year one.
I don't know. You don't think they stumbled upon something with Tyler Shuck and just?
He's 50. He's your age. No.
You said that about Bo Nix.
And I don't think Bo Nix is going to win anything.
It's working. You know what, David? I would say an incomplete because
pass, fail. Pass, fail.
Yeah, cat enthusiast.
I fail.
Okay.
Wow.
I want to give him an incomplete, but pass, fail.
Now, again, it could change in 3 weeks.
It could.
More of the season. Right now, though, it's what we have. 4-10.
It took him a while to get to this point. He had to go through the Spencer Rattler year.
Mike, I'm proud of you so far. You have not fired anyone.
Not yet.
And failed anyone yet. So let's get to this one here because he just fired his defensive coordinator after a week or two ago, giving him, a nod of approval. And I like him, and he's good. And
yeah, Dan Campbell stuck with me.
Correct.
I'm going to stick with him.
Aaron Glenn, 3-11.
You know what? I'm going to go with pass just the way he struts up the sideline whenever they get that touchdown.
It's tough because just when you start to believe it's starting to take hold and it's the same struggle that Dan Campbell had year one, they do what they did Sunday, which was arguably the worst defensive performance of the year in the league. I'll still say pass. Impossibly difficult situation. He's got to stop with the media, though. He's got to stop. You can't go to war with the media in New York. You're going to lose. Stop that.
Media is soft.
And let's get to the final coach that was hired in this cycle, Pete Carroll. I
Failed.
think this was
Fired. Fired.
Yes.
Fired, you gum-chewing idiot. Fired. You're fired.
Well,
fired.
I mean,
gone.
I look at what he's done for the Raiders, and David, I see a lot of possibility there. And
Guy's closer to wearing a diaper than he is winning a Super Bowl. Fired. Gone. Chew your gum in the old people's home. Fired. Disgrace. The Raiders are an absolute embarrassment top down. Fire everybody.
Maybe if he had brought more help for Geno, this would have worked.
Fire Mark Davis's barber. Fired. All of them.
No, this is one where they went all in and it did not work. And if you're the Raiders, if you're smart, you just pull the plug right here, right now. I think it'll be malfeasance if you give him another year.
Fired.
And let's close it
Fire
out.
was not one of the options.
Fired.
Well, I guess
I
if
wouldn't
he's
even
failing
dignify
him,
by
yes.
failing him. You're fired.
Let's close it out with this. So
You're Sharoned.
oh my. Outside of this
He's on
cycle,
OnlyFans?
Oh, boy.
outside of the
Pete
cycle,
Carroll taking a bunch of sensual gum chewing pics.
Hey, I can get you tickets and sweatshirts if you hook me up with one of your girls.
outside of the cycle we just discussed, guys, give me one guy that you guarantee, that you not necessarily guarantee, but you would fire today in the NFL. Head coach
Raheem Morris.
Okay.
Captain Capri Pants. Gone.
So Black Friday, he's out. Not
Todd
Black Friday.
Bowles,
Black Monday.
gone.
I'm sorry. He's
I was
out.
about to say Todd Bowles. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's finally getting to him. David, when I had to walk in and say, I had to make sure this wasn't AI. Like this was real. Like,
Jonathan Gannon.
the
Gone.
pressure's gotten to Todd Bowles. I think he knows that this team should be better, and he just can't get them to that spot. Raheem's okay.
Mike Tomlin. Gone.
I love it.
Mike
How about
Tomlin's
saying
about
one
Zach
coach?
Taylor.
No,
Gone.
I said one coach. And he's
You're
naming-
fired. You're fired.
No, Mike Tomlin's about to do the whole turnaround thing, and if you're a Lions fan, you should be worried. This is the most dangerous. Think Wayne Fonts.
This is hilarious.
Fired.
That is your NFL blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings host the Islanders tonight as winners of 4 of their last 5. New York is on a hot streak as well. John Leonard is up from Grand Rapids. He's been slotted in the spot of Patrick Kane, who sits out the next 2 games with an upper body injury. Jonathan Berggren has also just been picked up by the Blues off waivers. Kenny Dillingham is the name that's come up in the Michigan searching rumors on the football side. He was asked today if there's any part of him that wanted to put those rumors to bed.
It's a lot of word soup.
Yes.
I want to say.
He's not saying no. Backup Wolverines QB Jaden Daniels plans to enter the transfer portal per On3 as well. Indiana football coach Kirk Cignetti has been named the AP Coach of the Year.
Did you say Jaden Daniels hit the portal?
Did I say Jaden Daniels?
You did.
Jaden Davis.
Just making sure.
Well, that's a big name.
He
Jaden
did
Daniels
hit
to the
portal
portals.
as well.
He's been named the
Fair.
AP Coach of the Year for the 2nd straight season. That's the first time that's ever happened as well. Michigan State basketball hosts Toledo tonight at 6:30. The Rockets are just 5-5, but feature 2 UD Jesuit stars, Leroy Blyden and Sonny Wilson. They're 1-2 in scoring for Toledo. Snoop Dogg will perform at halftime of the Lions-Vikings game on Christmas Day, and FIFA has agreed to offer limited...
All right. 3 o'clock, good to have you. We've got a lot of people who still want to rap about this, so we will continue this. We will add in Jared Goff audio you don't want to miss.
Jared Goff. I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. Sorry. Because it really lives up to what I said yesterday. This team and its players live in a state of delusion. Well, we're going to play you the audio. And there was a follow-up opportunity that was really missed. But Stoney went unhinged, so I can't fix that. But I brought up Quinn Hughes. Audio that I played, and we'll play it again. I want you to tell me, now that we know the Wings were the bridesmaid on this deal, now that according to Elliot Friedman, Simon Edvinson was the holdup, and this audio where he seems like, feels like, sounds like, is throwing a shot at Steve Yzerman. Billy Guerin had the balls to come and get me. Others didn't. I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan. I didn't have that on my bingo board. And listen to and again, everyone's like, well, he's going to end up in New Jersey. He's not in New Jersey. He's in Minnesota for 2 years now. And while he may end up going and playing with Jack and Luke, that's years away. In the here and now, they're the only team that can offer him an 8-year deal. They're the ones who are going to be able to recruit him with their young core. And maybe he stays. If he doesn't, they can flip him later. The point is, he's arguably the best young defenseman in hockey. A puck mover, a zone breaker, a guy who played 26 minutes of ice time 2 nights ago, scored a goal. Dude, he's a monster. He's the type of high-level player we need more of. And it's battle lines are drawn between Wings fans. You've got the angry ones, and then you've got the fans that are angry at the angry ones because they like Evanson. But what we're not going to do, because this is a Detroit classic, I am not going to sit here and have you
Sell the team?
No. I'm not going to have you or allow you to denigrate Quinn Hughes as a defense mechanism. I'm not doing that.
No, I think for the Wings fans who are upset about this, you're tired of spinning your wheels. You're tired of being on the hamster wheel, going around and round and round. You want to make a move. You want to do something. Now is the time. You've been waiting and waiting and waiting. For those who don't, and for those who are like, nah, this was probably the best thing that it didn't happen, you're an Yzerman supporter. And I don't say that in a negative way. It just means that you believe that Steve will make the best move because he is Detroit hockey and you're all in on that. I tend to lean on the side of, man, you guys got to make a move. You got to do something, especially when you've been doing this for so long. And yes, if you added Hughes to this team, maybe you could actually, as you said, Mike, go out and win a series. And then as you in the cup, you never know what could happen. But you got to get there. And I think that this was going to be a move that could have helped you. It wasn't a rental player. You would have had control over him. And it sounds like he would have loved to stay in on this team in this area.
Play the audio, and if you disagree that it has anything to do with the Wings, you're welcome to. But when you pair this audio with the Elliot Friedman reporting, I think it has everything to do with the Red Wings. Take a listen. To me, that is all about Yzerman. That's all about the Wings. Why on earth would he say Minnesota's close to Michigan? Not really. Not exactly drivable. I mean, you can, but you get my point. It's not like he got traded to Chicago and his parents were Benton Harbor natives.
Coming from where he was playing, I guess it is closer. But
yeah, I've got family in Dowagiac. I'm glad I can be close to home. Like, come on, man. Minnesota? That's like going to school in Georgia and saying, yeah, well, it's real close to Houston. Not exactly.
Yeah, but if you're coming from Maine.
Okay, we're done. We're going to Dave, 97.1. Dave, thanks for your patience, man. I'm sorry that took so long. What's going on?
Not a problem, boys. Hey, listen, I understand both sides, but we've got to look at the angle of the team, okay? Love Quinn Hughes. Fantastic player. He'd be fantastic on the Wings. But guess what? It doesn't work for the Wings. The reason why is because we're the softest team in the league. All we do is get punched in the mouth, and we can't fight back. And come playoff time, Mike, yeah, Quinn Hughes will get you into the playoffs, right? So will DeBrincat, so will Kane, so will Larkin. But when they keep taking runs at us and they keep punching us in the mouth, we're not going anywhere. We're not heavy enough. We're not tough enough. And you could see that on a nightly basis. That game versus Edmonton the other night, it was so skilled. They passed the puck everywhere, tape to tape. It was great. But come playoff time, that type of hockey doesn't play. And it doesn't play you into other rounds. And we can't give up in Edmonton. I would have gave up ASP, no problem. Take another little defenseman from us. Take another skilled player who plays with no grit and no sandpaper. He is not a culture fit. Listen, I know he trains with Larkin in the offseason. I know he wanted to come here. His agent laid it out. He laid it out. It was a given. But guess what? Yzerman, for the franchise itself, knows what it takes to make it to the second or the third round of the playoffs. And we need to get bigger. And you're going to give up a 6'6", 220-pound young defenseman who's going to be we're going to sign him 8-8 an extension. What's Hughes going to cost us? 8-14 by the time he's ready to sign? I mean, it just doesn't fit the team.
So right? Answer me this then, and then I know Kenny wants a word with you. So if all of that is true, why were the Wings even in it in the first place if it was such a terrible idea?
Because they would have gave him ASP. Sure, take our small defenseman. We'll take Hughes then. It's a great trade then. But we can't give up any more size than we already have. We don't have any size. We don't have any grit. We don't have any heaviness. And come playoff time, that's what plays.
Kenny?
And
Dave, I don't disagree with anything you've said about us not being tough enough, gritty enough, big enough. That's all valid and true. But Quinn Hugheses do not grow on trees, and you can resolve those issues at the deadline if you're worried about your playoff structure. But a Quinn Hughes will help you leading up to that, and he will also help you in the playoffs because he's an elite left-handed defenseman.
I agree, too. That's why this is such a great topic. It's a tough call, but I'm trying to explain to the hockey elite.
And Dave, nobody's saying you're wrong about the Wings not being big enough. That's not.
No, but
what we're debating.
My point would be 7 years into Yzerman's program, that's an Yzerman problem. You've had ample time to where you shouldn't just have this one unicorn that I can't give away because he's tall. Like, come on. I mean, Dave, 7 years in, come on.
But the younger, bigger forwards, the heavier forwards, they're coming. The MBNs, the Carter Bears. Well, you got to wait on those guys.
Yeah, I mean, Carter Bear, hold on. They drafted him this year off a blown-out leg or whatever. I mean, come on, we can't throw him in there like he's going to be here next year. Dave.
No, but he could be. No, I agree, but still, he sees the blueprint and he sees what it's going to take to win. But we can't win with the. Hey, listen, we're very skilled. We can't win with the way the existing team is structured. We just can't.
Okay.
And like Kenny said, yeah, you can make those trades to get some of those guys, but not the guys that are going to be the elite. And still give you some offense.
All right, Dave, the bottom line, you're not wrong. I'm gonna end it with this. This is just the way I look at things. A lot easier to get the things you're worried about giving away than finding another Hughes. Okay? To Kenny's point, they don't grow on trees. That's like saying, I can't go get Luka Doncic because we won't have a center. That's what the Lakers did. And then you address it in the offseason. Like, yeah, you have an opportunity to get the guy, you get the guy.
And also, this speaks to Steve's ability to shop for these groceries. I mean, how many off seasons in a row could he have addressed the bigger, tougher on the blue line, whatever issue you want to call it? That could have been addressed at many deadlines, at many off seasons, and he has not done that.
That's my point, is every time this happens, it becomes a referendum on Yzerman because it all leads back to him. The idea that Dave can call up in an incredible, calm, very lucid manner, say, listen, here's why I don't want to give up Evanson. All you're telling me is your GM has done such a woeful job for 7 years that giving up Evanson becomes this Titanic effect. Iceberg right ahead. We have no size. We are useless. Then what kind of plan have you been following? And then he goes into the whole, well, listen, Nygaard and Carter, hey, I'll see you in 2030 at this point.
And this shows you how this has affected the fan base, is because year after year we've heard wait for Edvinson to come up, wait for Danielson to come up, wait for name a guy to come up.
I'll tell you this, at the deadline, hell of a lot easier to get grit, or as he calls it, thickness. Sandpaper. Easier to get that at the deadline than calling somebody up and going, hey, can I trade for Schaefer? I mean, you have the opportunity to get the player. What?
No, I'm laughing. You know the game we used to play like before football season where we would name all the stuff that people said about a quarterback and we'd have to guess the name?
Yeah.
We literally can just read quotes and be like, okay, Yzerman, Harris. Yzerman or Harris.
It's the same thing.
Who said it?
100%. 100%. It's just, you're not going to be able to finish the product. I also love this talking point. I really do, because I think it carries to the Tigers as well. Well, that player wasn't going to get us a World Series. Then don't try. Don't get out of bed. Don't field the team. If the only move you're going to make is the one that somehow mythically guarantees you a Disney movie championship, you'll never make a move. The idea is, in the aggregate, long term, does Quinn Hughes put me closer to that goal? Yes.
Or what if that player goes and blows up on another team? I think that's what most people are afraid of. What if we let this person go and then they turn into John Smoltz?
It happens. I don't know. What if it turns into Cameron Maben and Andrew Miller? And I've got Miggy Cabrera and you got a bag of bits. We can do this all day. 248-539-9797. People have been great about it, though. I'm pumped up. People are into it. That's all I care about.
No breaking news
yet. I'll bet you.
Now you've said it.
I'll bet you even money in the next 40 minutes. Ward Manuel's fired, and this topic goes kaputz.
No. The last time the topic had less than 10 minutes, we probably got an hour in. We won.
You take what you can get at this point. You're right, Rico.
And I do have that Jared Goff audio you're going to want to listen. He ain't happy with you. He's angry at the fans. Talk about entitled.
Tonight, after the show, I'll be headed to the basement to watch Michigan State take on Toledo because I love what the basement, that Matrix Basements, has done for me. Guys, they can do the exact same thing for you. As a matter of fact, if you go to matrixbasements.com, set up a free consultation, they'll come up with a design, and they can build your basement and get started on it right now. And you'll be ready for the Final Four. You'll be ready for March Madness. And here's the beauty. They are offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. That's no interest and no payments until 2028. Yes, you heard me correct. No interest, no payments until the year 2028. Why wait for your dream space? because you don't have to. Matrix Basements is ready to get started right now for you. You got to set something up. You got to get them started on your new basement. You've been thinking about it for a while. Quit thinking. Start building. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space and make the payments easy with Build Now, Pay Later, 0 interest, 0 payments until 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner.
That's Quinn Hughes. And for those just tuning in, I was saying this to Rico, like, we'll pull the curtain back. We were just talking about it in commercial. You know, you're talking hockey without talking hockey. It's really a comment about the state of sports in the Motor City. No GM wants to take a step forward. Nobody wants to do anything bold. And there are still enough people in this town, right, wrong, or otherwise, who will defend it. I mean, look at Scott Harris. Remember when Evan Petzold came on our airwaves and was basically, you know, hey, Ha-Seong Kim could be your guy? He not. 1-year deal with the Braves for less than Gleyber Torres. I'll go to my grave believing Scott got cute thinking, we'll do the qualifying offer. He won't take it. I'll get one of my cute pics I can frame and put in my office.
You on fire today.
Instead, he did take it. Oops. The franchise who likes optionality signed a guy landlocked at second.
And then it was contradicting because I don't want to block the young players. Oops.
You did. And here's the best part. If you signed Kim, he could play 3 different positions. Plays all over the place. He did a 1-year deal for $20 million. I also said this to you. This Quinn Hughes thing, it's a metaphor for these other things. Look at where the Tigers are sitting right now. No meaningful addition to the lineup. No meaningful addition to the rotation. Don't you dare suggest Drew Anderson is. And Kenley Jansen at age 38 is the addition to the pen.
Well, since we're sharing what we said in the break, I feel that for Scott Harris, feels like he's hoping for a work stoppage so he could say, see, I knew it. That's why I didn't make the deal for Skubal. That's why I didn't go all in. I saved us all money because we took a year off of baseball.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll tell you this. You better pray to God they don't trade Skubal. Because if you trade Skubal and this is your offseason, that is a community chair smash.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I already know what the plan B is if that happens, but you won't like it. You won't like it. You'll be mean, and you'll yell at me.
Then I'd rather you not say it.
And I don't need my feelings hurt.
Okay, well, then you know what, my delicate flower? But say nothing.
But you know what? Here's your
then
hint.
Say nothing, Petunia.
Here's your hint. Think junior varsity.
Think junior varsity.
Junior varsity is known as?
Whoa, don't you son of a... Nope. You're a bitch. You're a real bitch. No.
Hey, right here, buddy.
No, they will.
Right
and you
here.
know what? When they sign him, they'll also announce JV bobblehead night.
JV bobblehead night. You know what?
Don't you dare.
JV, let's go get Scherzer. Bring the band back together.
There you go. You keep the airline miles. David, ticket text. We'll get back
You know
to the
what?
callers.
You want to know why you both dropped your head? Because
you're right. I know.
That's going to happen. And fans will flock to the park.
Okay. Biggest problem
David,
with the
I love
Wings
you, man.
is elite talent. These kind of guys don't come available once every couple of years, like Eichel, Kachuk, Matt Kachuk come to mind. Both teams that made these trades elevated and had success.
I remember when Kenny got mad at me for the Eichel talk. He's got Legos in his neck. It's worked out just fine.
To be fair, though, at the time, that's a little bit of revisionist history because that had never been done.
I believed in his surgeon.
You knew him personally.
I'm related to the Eichels.
You know what? No. You played the long game. You did, and you would have gambled, and you would have won.
There's no
It was
winning.
risky.
The only person who wins in this is Steve Eisman. He just keeps winning. We all lose.
Not to this guy. I have about 200 Eisenman cards, jerseys, hats, posters. My lucky number is 19. It's time to fire him. He sucks as a GM.
I don't. Okay. Can we not do the F word conversation when the team's playing relatively well? You can be frustrated with his management style.
You can use that F word.
Right. But come on, man. We can't do that. That's an off-season thing. Have them miss the playoffs this year. That'll be the only word we use.
Hockey isn't basketball, football, or baseball. Quinn showed his diva side with those comments. Not interested in that at all.
Oh, okay. I forgot. The biggest poverty government cheese sport of all is the only one with merit.
By the way, that's the most entertained I've been by a quote from a hockey player in quite some time. When was
Thank
the last
you.
time you heard somebody say something like that? God forbid they have a little bit of personality.
Jim Schoenfeld to Don Koharski. Have another donut.
Right, so he's upset that he actually came out and spoke and said something. That's that.
Yeah, he's upset that he said quote unquote sacked up, all that other stuff. He says we don't need that.
I want it to be in Detroit.
Detroit? Friedman saying that word kills me. Go ahead, David.
Guys, I'm sick. Between my Lions, Tigers, and Wings and these GMs, I'm just tired. I need a vacation from sports, and college football is dying in MSU. I have to root for them, too. Wow.
Oh, dear. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Dale, 97.1. Dale, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys? I'll try to keep my comments directed just towards Yzerman because I feel that him and Scott Harris are a Finkel as Einhorn-esque kind of situation, and I
You know
want to.
what, Dale, treat it like open lines. Just go ahead and speak, man. Cleanse your soul.
Well, I am absolutely sick of hearing "wait for the kids." I know Connor McDavid isn't a defenseman, obviously, but Connor McDavid and Jack Eichel and Nathan McKinnon are not in our minor league system. I do not care anymore about prospects. I don't want to hear that Simon Edvinsson is the key to our defense because, frankly, we're not a very good defensive team. So adding Quinn Hughes can only help us in the end. And, frankly, this whole Yzerman thing of being a tough negotiator, it's not endearing. You know, whether it's Steven Stamkos or Nikolai Ehlers not even picking up the phone, this isn't progress. This isn't a good way to run a team, and this team hasn't improved. They look like the same thing they have the last few years.
And Dale, look, and ultimately it might be good enough to creep in. It might not. It's just the idea of who on this roster in the next 18 to 24 months do you believe we'll be able to say is the best player at their position? Nobody. You had the opportunity to get that guy. And no, I'm not going to do some fever dream where by getting him, we could sign Jack Hughes in 2029 as a free agent. That's like fan fun stuff. The point is, you acquired all this stuff, and it still doesn't have you in a position to be a cup contender. This singular move doesn't finish the job, but it puts you closer, and we're worried about Simon Edvinsson. You don't think you could go get some grit and size at the deadline? You could. I don't understand what we're waiting for. It's the same thing as the Tigers. I mean, Dale, we'll spend when the time is right. Well, when the core is right, we'll spend around it. Where? It's all minor additions.
Oh, absolutely. It's all silly minor additions, and it's meant to try to pacify people to look like progress. And we're shopping at the bargain bin for guys who had their arm attached with bubble gum and scotch tape, and Drew Anderson, or I'm sorry, is that the reliever that we signed from San Francisco? He's got 9 innings of big league ball, and he's had to have 2 major surgeries, but we're supposed to believe that's a good pickup, and it's just not.
No, so Dale, I think that's the problem is even if in an individual basis you want to defend one of these deals or lack of a move, you're in this sea of just inaction. And it's going to be, look, again, barring an 07 Giants-type run by the Lions, the whole conversation this offseason is going to center around Brad Holmes, lamenting the offseason, the draft, and the trade deadline that he had or didn't have. As Scott Harris, again, he's putting himself in a corner where if the team doesn't win the World Series, this is a complete disaster because Skubal's walking. Yeah. And then for the Wings, we're going to have to kind of we know they're playing well, but it's a very competitive, very bunched up East. Rico, imagine a 4-game losing streak in late February, how that's going to hit. PTSD.
No, I'm with you. What bothers me with all three of these, Mike, is the doubling and tripling down of no, we're going to do this my way will work. So staunch. Like, instead of just saying, okay, it's almost like it's weakness. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we should go get an edge rusher. Maybe we should go get this person. Maybe we should go get... Instead, no, this is going to work. And we watch years get wasted because they're too stubborn to do something different.
97.1. Detroit. All right. Thank you, Elliot Friedman, and all Canadians for butchering the name of our fair city. It's Detroit, not Detroit.
Detroit?
This is the new Thanksgiving. Detroit. Say it right.
Well, Steve is in Detroit, and he's up next. 97.1. Steve, how you doing, buddy? Steve? And Steve. Oh, man. Steve, I was trying, man. You're killing me. Let's go to Donovan, 97.1. Donovan, how you doing, pal?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for the call. What's going on?
Awesome. So first, I'd like to say I have no reason to be a Steve bot. I was like 5 years old when he retired, so Nick Lidstrom and especially Datsuk were my hockey lord and saviors. But, when I'm hearing these guys from Toronto fans from Canada or Rangers fans or casual fans talking about we need to fire him, I got to take time out the workday to, defend his name a bit because I think he's done a fine job. I think that, Vancouver had no leverage at all. You have a guy who said he's not going to re-sign. Now, I know he's a superstar player and we wish we got him, but I blame, Ken Holland for that. He had the chance to take him right there. So to give up what Steve Yzerman's been building the last few years, what he's actually good at, you can't replace Simon Edmondson. He's a 6'6", big defenseman. ASP is already a Quinn Hughes light. So you're going to have two guys that are small. And Steve Yzerman wants to build a big blue line. So I just don't think there's many guys that could have done better than Steve. There's not many things you could have done differently. He's doing the best he can. And I think he's building a long-term contender.
All right, well, hold on. Let's slow down for a second. We could talk through this reasonably. First of all, sure. I don't want to hear any more about he's building a long-term winner because right now we're long-term losers. It's year 7. 2, here's the problem.
Look a lot better.
Okay, hold on. So they look a lot better. Show me in late February where they always have this swoon. Show me a deadline where Steve's awake. Because when you said I don't think he could have done anything different, this is where I take umbrage. Donovan, his pro scouting has been a colossal failure. All of his trades and free agent acquisitions almost exclusively have been a train wreck. The Andrew Kopps, the Comfers, please, Donovan, you got to at least give me that. If you want to support the draft, you got to meet me in the middle on the pro scouting. It's been bad.
Okay, I agree there. But again, when he signed Kopp and Comfort, those long-term deals, those were just long enough to where Casper and Danielson were going to be ready to play. You have Danielson in his very first year. These guys are rookies. You have ASP playing a big role in his very first years. These are future, big pieces for the Red Wings, and they're already playing great. So I'm hoping that this February is going to be different because we have these new pieces, and we don't have Eric Gustafson, Petrie, and Hall on the blue line.
Right, but again, those are all guys that he brought. See, this is my issue. Well, at a certain point, Donovan, the people you bring in have to be more than table setters for hopes, dreams, and maybes 5 years away for some kid. No?
The team is getting progressively better. I think that Minnesota made a big mistake. I think that Billy G is going to be fired along with Quinn Hughes.
But that's not my problem. That's not my problem. We're not a Minnesota Wild radio station.
Gave up a good package.
Right. But my whole point is this: you said your favorite player was Datsuk. You said your favorite player was Datsuk, right? Guess what? Quinn Hughes would be the best player since Datsuk to play here. All right, you go get the guy, Donovan. I'm tired of the apologist crap. You know what, Donovan? Take time out of your workday to go 7 years and not do anything. And see if you still have a job. The amount of ball washing that goes on in this town is remarkable. You could say you like Yzerman's drafts. Fine. You can't apologize for the pro scouting, the lack of free agent recruitment, the lack of trades. Oh, but we're getting progressively better. What part of the job description is progressively better? Teams who got horrible, literally hit an iceberg, sank to the bottom of the ocean with DiCaprio's Jewel, have risen back up, made the playoffs, and won playoff series. Montreal was in the Cup final. They hit an iceberg. They made the playoffs last year. And no offense, Marco Kasper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry there's not a line around the block for Marco Kasper. You got to be careful throwing the great word around. Great? Who's saying Marco Kasper's great, Kenny?
As of right now, nobody. He has the potential to be, but also that's great versus guaranteed elite right now in Hughes.
I don't understand the over apologizing. You can say, listen, I don't want to give up Evanson. I think he's gonna be Chris Pronger 2.0. Okay, God bless. Fine. That if that's what you want to do, fine. He's gonna be Zdeno Chara. He's gonna be the big boss at the end of a video game. Fine. But please do not call up and do this deal where we can't be growing impatient in year 7. And you had an opportunity to get the best player name a player in the last decade better than Quinn Hughes, who, by the way, is 26 years old. Like, what are we doing?
Infinitesimal increments. That's what you're looking at. And that's what some people are like, well, we're slowly getting there.
Kenny, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I think we just all have a fundamental disagreement on how long a rebuild should take. I think that's what we're getting ourselves into. And when you hear a name like Edvinson, a guy that we've been touting, that Steve and management has been saying, this is the next guy, I think that's why fans hold him so tightly to themselves is, well, that's supposed to be the guy. We can't get rid of that guy.
Yeah, Kenny, because here's the thing. When you have a team that's good, bottoms out, gets back good again, your rebuild's taking too long.
But here's the other issue. This is the other thing I think we have to come to grips with on something. Yzerman is only willing to make the fantasy football trade that gets rejected in your league, where he wins everything. He's only going to make a wholly unfair trade. I think that's pretty clear 7 years in. He is never going to do a deal where you go, you know what, nice deal for both sides. It's clear. Why do you think the reporting is he's impossible to deal with? He's impossible.
He's going to have to fleece somebody.
Same thing as Scott Harris. Scott is Steve and Steve is Scott. Finkel is Einhorn. They're the same person. They are impossible to trade with. They're impossible to deal with. Go look at the reporting.
And you know what? But I do think that Steve, like Scott, afraid of the ghost. What if I give away this player and this player actually is good and I had him for all of these years?
Or what if you pay to give away Jake Wallman? What if you pay to give away Jake Wallman? What do you mean? Fleeced. You got fleeced.
Uh-oh. No. Everything he's done has been great. Sign Donovan in the break room.
I yield to the senator from Kentucky.
No. We'll go to the people. That's all. And again, Donovan, if you're out there, I'm sorry. I don't mean to single you out. I'm not mad at you. It's okay to just say, you know what? Hey,
he said he's not a Steve bot.
Yeah, but he is. It's like when Kenny says he's not racist, then the next thing is,
all right,
it's a Chappelle skit.
All right, somebody read something. Jeez.
Fish or chicken?
Wow.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this ticket text here. The price.
You can't be fake.
The price.
That's an all-time skit, by the way.
How's that chicken prepared?
The price was too high for Hughes, and we still don't have a goalie. Our playoff run will be short with a weaker D.
David, no one's paid attention.
I see.
But you know, this is
No, it just. I just want to get to a point where we can say, hey, we need something collectively. How much longer? I would say I admire the patience of some of these people, but it borders on insanity.
No, I think for a lot of people, Mike, and this goes across the board for all the sports, you look at how bad it was and you feel like you're closer to being good, so you appreciate this rather than being great. Because if you try too hard, it may blow up in your face, and you don't want to go back to being poor again.
But so what is the separator then? Because with Scott Harris, we're about to waste the last year of Scooble. Mm-hmm. Do you realize today the Tigers have the 8th best odds to win the World Series? Not in the league, in the American League. They're not a World Series team. So if we waste a back-to-back Cy Young Award, hell, he might win a 3rd. Like, to go into that season and to not make efforts to get substantially better, that feels like a violation of the public trust.
It does, but right now I'm really feeling like Harris is to the point, I'm going to cross this bridge when we get to it, but I'm praying to God the bridge blows up and we get a year off for a rebuild.
He wants a work stoppage.
He wants a work stoppage so badly because this all makes – think about it. This all makes sense if there's a baseball work stoppage. Then you understand this is why he didn't want to make a deal. This is why he didn't want to make a trade. This is why, because he wants the work stoppage, and then he's hoping contracts come back down to earth, and now we can negotiate with Skubal. Now we can bring him back at a reduced cost. Or you lose him.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the latter. 248-539-9797. Nothing is beating your Chappelle Show reference today. That's 10 out of 10. FanDuel, number one sportsbook for SGPs, points, rebounds, threes, assists, you name it. FanDuel's got the market for you to play. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You bet the players you love the way you want. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. It's FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5. First deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to get right to the people. Packed phone lines. We're trying to do some duality here because the Yzerman is Harris and Harris is Yzerman thing. It's just there's a lot showing up here. From a Tiger perspective, Ha-Seong Kim, who you could say, listen, $20 million's ridiculous. It's a 1-year deal. It's cheaper than Glaber. It's a player that organizationally was a better fit than Glaber. And if you had Glaber plus him, you could say we upgraded the lineup. You can't say that today. And the Tigers just don't make big swings. They're kind of cowardly approaching this Skubal thing, which is you didn't sign him and you're not trading him. You're just going to keep him, sell a bunch of tickets, and say you tried. And from the Yzerman perspective, I played the Quinn Hughes audio. It sure seemed like he directed some of this at the Wings. Now, not just because he played at U of M or because he trains with Dylan Larkin in the offseason or his parents love the state of Michigan and vacation here. All of which, by the way, that's exactly the type of player you recruit in the NHL. He said, Billy Guerin, I appreciate that he sacked up, made a deal for me. He gave up something other teams wouldn't. And also, I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan. And then it comes out, Elliot Friedman says, yeah, the Wings could have had him, didn't want to give up Simon Edvinsson. Now, if everyone's calling in and they're not saying the same thing, it's like, well, Edvinsson's big. Yes. But I'm not going to act like you've got 5 Lane Hudson skating around on your blue line. Would there be a problem to having Quinn Hughes and ASP on the same team? Absolutely not. Yes, you can acquire grit at the deadline. When you make a move like this, what I don't like is 2 things. I don't like when fans denigrate the player you could have gotten. No, there's no knocking Quinn Hughes. He's a superstar. He's a 26-year-old, best-in-class, left-handed defenseman, offensive-minded puck mover. You can end it there.
Right.
Oh, but he's small. Okay, we're not going to do that. But 2, acting like this is the only deal you can make. Acting like you can't address grit or size at the deadline to then backfill what you lost. Now, if you like Edvinsson better than Hughes, in totality, I'm leaving that to you. I just would have a hard time believing, yes, they are wildly different players, but there's no pro personnel person on the planet that is taking Edvinsson over Hughes. That's just, come on. That's the type of evaluation you get fired over. Hughes is 26. Edvinsson's 22 or 23. The whole point is one guy is world-class. Yeah. The other guy's a mystery box with upside.
I was about to say, one guy is ready right now, can help you win right now. The other one is, well, what if?
Right, and giving up a first-round pick, I don't care anymore. Giving up either, not both, either Casper or Danielson, don't care. I give up one, I have the other. So it just becomes an idea of if not now, when. Same for the Tigers. And people are, look, it's been awesome. You guys have been incredible today. So let's just get back to the phones, shall we?
You feeling better that, for the other day?
Dude, when I had the Hughes thing set up the other day, and then the whole news was Sharon's wiener, and it blew up the topic. Yeah, man, I'm happy we get to do this.
You know what? Maybe he was talking to us because we didn't do the topic.
Let's go to Steve in Detroit. Steve, I'm glad we got you back. What's going on, bud?
What's up, guys? I know this isn't the Carson Anderson show, but my champ of the week is Steve Yzerman. My chump of the week is everyone asking for Yzerman's head because it sounds like people care more about Quinn Hughes than what's in front of them, making the playoffs. Now, guys, little shot here, don't get mad at me. I know patience does not make for good radio, but
no.
I wish we weren't so disingenuous when we cover the team with this local media. It took the kids forever to get here, and I know you're going to hate me saying this, but because of the transgressions of Hollins ineptitude drafting, that's not an excuse anymore. The kids are here, ladies and gentlemen. The kids are here, and they're going to continue to come. Now, this team is in prime position to make the playoffs is what admittedly a tight East, but they're 6-8 points ahead of where they were last year on pace. They just took 9 of 12 points on a road trip. Their only loss being what, Mike, you refer to as a scheduled loss on a back-to-back in Edmonton.
I agree totally.
You have one of, if not the best defensive pair in the NHL based on goals for percentage, people, a substantially improved penalty kill percentage, and a coach who actually calls his players out other than sitting in that chair in the corner of the hotel room. die. Why?
There's Stevie. Nice.
But why? Why are we crying wolf? Because we didn't get Quinn Hughes? Boys, I'm going to make a bet with you right now if you want to take me up on it. I called in the beginning of the year and said they'd make the playoffs. I called you in a couple of weeks ago and said they'd make the playoffs. I will cater the entire Valenti and Rico show lunch on a Friday, including whatever 300 pounds of food that TJ needs, although those Zins probably kill that appetite. I will cater lunch on a Friday if they miss the playoffs. Mike, you can actually decide if you want.
Yeah, no, we would do this. Kenny, let me hold on. And Steve, I want to address one thing you said, but I want to ask Kenny something first. Kenny, you have poo-pooed the playoff talk. You have said we are not allowed to have faith until the deadline. Have you moved up, because Steve is presenting compelling evidence, have you moved up your take on this where you think we should take this bet?
Let me ask you this. The answer to your question is no, but let me ask you this. How many points do you think we are from falling out of a playoff spot?
Like 2.
That is correct.
Kenny, I know. It's very fickle.
It is. Steve, the one thing I would say is I don't think it's, and I don't take offense to anything you said, by the way. I don't think it's crying wolf when a player has ties to the area and they are elite. They are world class. We always say,
I'm not going to sit up here and say, criticize Quinn Hughes. He is elite.
And that's my point is
generational.
But just no. The generational is Connor McDavid. Like that. Come on.
Yeah.
My point is, we always say, as a defense to Yzerman, is, well, we can't get free agents because they don't want to sign in Detroit. They want to go to the 0 state tax states, etc. Okay. So when a player is sold to us by Elliot Friedman and others, that the Wings are hot after him, that the Wings are the favorite to get him, then you find out why they don't. The problem with everything you're saying is, then why were they interested in the first place if it was such a bad idea?
Oh, they were. And he would have been a fantastic ad. And, Mike, if you would have said Edvinson and a first for Quinn Hughes, I do that in a heartbeat. You add Casper, I do that in a heartbeat. But then you start adding Danielson.
No, that's not what the deal was. The deal, the deal being reported, and we're hold on, Steve. I just read this on ESPN as well. It was one of Danielson and Casper. It was Evanson and a 1. They balked at the Evanson portion of it. And Steve, I apologize because of the network stuff. We're up against it. I don't get to do what I normally do, which is F the brakes, and we're going to keep rolling.
You shut your mouth when I'm talking.
The shift. Listen, man, it's like a line change. I can't stay out here. We'll get a penalty. I'm sorry, Steve. I take your bet. 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions quarterback Jared Goff joined Carson Stoney earlier. He was asked what he would say to fans that don't believe they can't make the playoffs.
Whack.
Rams receiver Devontae Adams tweaked his hamstring in the game against Detroit Sunday, but the team's still hopeful he can play this Thursday against Seattle. The Red Wings have the Islanders tonight, a team they've already lost to twice. New York has also won 6 of their last 7. Here, the 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. It'll be the first NHL game of the year for John Leonard, who's led the Griffins in goals this season. Takes the spot of Patrick Kane. Jonathan Berggren has also been claimed off waivers by the Blues. Michigan QB Jaden Davis is entering the transfer portal, according to Pete Nakos of On3. Former head coach Jim Harbaugh told Dan Patrick he's texted with Sharon Morris since his arrest. He confirmed he's not helping with the new coaching search. Michigan State Hoops is back in action tonight against Toledo at 6:30 as well. Former Tigers back end bullpen piece Jason Foley has signed a 1-year deal with the Giants. The Tigers also formally announced the signing of pitcher Drew Anderson to a 1-year deal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Great to have everybody with us. Been a very busy day. We'll get back to business in a second, but just briefly, with the holiday season coming up, and this is Kenny's first Christmas, we bludgeon people to death with football. This is, as a married man, his first Christmas, a Christmas gift-giving guide, Blitz.
Okay.
7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
Fast-paced, and I pray David selects some decent music and none of that seductive Silent Night nonsense. Let's get to it. Oh, dear God.
Ah, yes. Mike, you had to know that was coming.
What is
That's
this, Michael
on you.
Bolton or Kenny G?
Kenny G.
TJ, please.
Fellas, gather around the Christmas tree. We're going to discuss some of the more popular ideas of what people are getting.
Do you decorate your hot dog roller?
For each other on Christmas. We're going to ignore that and roll right through it. 2025, the best gifts that people are suggesting for your friends, for your family, for your loved ones.
Okay.
Not that. The first one on the list is everybody loves a good Bluetooth speaker. Good for all times of the year. Blast the music, blast the game, whatever you like.
Yes.
I've always found a Bluetooth speaker to be useful.
1,000% yes to these. The technology's gotten so good that they make speakers the size of your iPhone. It'll fill your house.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
They always play. I don't know who the hell would be mad at getting one. It's fabulous. Yes.
It travels well with you. Yeah, you could take it out on your boat to the beach in the summer.
You can put it next to your hot dog roller.
Factual.
Yes, Kenny. It's a home run. I'm not going to shout out certain brands, but yes.
This one more of a domesticated one, a towel warmer for your shower towels. You put it right next to the shower, and you walk out, you have a nice piping hot towel for you.
Not anything I would ever consider.
I don't need this.
How about David?
Yeah, no, I'm good on this. Don't need it.
I don't know about that.
Even in the wintertime where it's ice cold the second you get out of a shower?
No. What, do you not turn your thermostat on?
No, but it's always colder coming out of the water, you know?
Rico's silent. I'm looking for some help here.
I'm good.
I feel like Cookie's waiting for John to talk this morning.
No, I don't want a sandwich.
Okay, I don't want a sandwich.
No, I'm trying to think, like, is that really practical?
I think you can do better. That's how I would say that.
Kenny, you know what that is? That's a pizza oven. You would use it once or twice, and then it becomes a towel rack that you paid a lot of money for.
I'm with Rico.
All right.
It feels frivolous.
Fair enough. I thought it was a good idea. Next one.
Is that what you did?
No, God, no. Not for the first Christmas as a married man. Right.
And maybe your last. Who knows?
Rico, I want to start with you on this one because this seems like it could be down your alley.
Oh, boy.
As colon man.
What are you going to buy him, a basement?
No.
Not where I thought he was going with this. Okay.
A hot
Chappelle.
sauce variety pack.
Okay.
Whoa.
I wonder why he thinks this is good for you.
Because you're a colon man. You are a colon man. That is why.
Hot sauce.
I think this is strictly
You know what's good on hot
coworker
sauce?
style gift. I don't think you get a loved one this.
A hot sauce variety pack, Kenny, it's something that you pick up at the last second. Or something that you actually end up regifting. Like somebody gives it to you, and then you give it to somebody else. Yeah.
What you gonna use the hot sauce on, Rico?
Right. Well,
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, chicken or fish.
See, Kenny's never even seen that skit. He doesn't understand the joke. Chappelle Show forever. Tremendous. Just please.
But no, Kenny, not for somebody that you actually care about, more like a coworker or, one of those Secret Santa type things.
This next one is one that I almost pulled the trigger on just as a purchase for Kenny.
A fifth.
No.
Oh.
A weighted blanket. A nice weighted blanket. I hear it turns you into a zombie when you're trying to go to bed, hard to sleep. Very helpful in that department.
10 out of 10. It sounds like a bunch of pitchy woo-woo science nonsense. Now, this is something you got to
get used to.
You can't buy this for everybody, but I'm telling you. Now, Kenny, you're going to feel like you're Dracula's tomb. It's over once you're in there.
But Kenny, as a married man, you have to be your wife has to be okay with this as well, or else it's.
We've had the conversation. She's all in on a weighted blanket, so definitely possible. Also that.
No.
Man, we lost cabin pressure real quickly on this thing, huh? Another thing with Rico in mind.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this ought to be good.
A nice set. No, maybe you can put some of these in there, but a nice set of travel luggage for a guy that you know or a woman you know that travels frequently in their lives. Rico, you're Mr. Vacation, although you have been one known not to travel with luggage sometimes, so
Right.
I don't know.
He's the creepy guy who boards the flight with no bags.
Hey, nothing to get lost. No, Kenny, if you good set of luggage, yes, but it's one of those things. Either you go and you get great luggage, or just don't do it at all, because cheap luggage is a waste of money. It tears up. Yeah,
I think it's a tremendous gift for your spouse. If you travel, that is something you as a couple enjoy, yes, you can spend the money. And the best part is, if she's not going with you, you can steal the bag of choice anyways.
That's you're so right.
I have a great brand. I can't shout that out. But yes, Kenny, sensible,
I'm
mature.
just going to use this time. You're not going this
Well,
time.
you know what?
You hate to see it.
I'll be back in a few days. I'm going to go ahead and take that. Get a neutral color. Don't,
Yeah, all black or gray. You can't, Kenny, don't. I know what you're going to do.
I wouldn't go with all black because it gets easily
No,
lost.
if you get white luggage, you're going to have a real problem. It's the same thing as these dinglings. I always love when I'm walking through the airport and some jackhole has like a leopard print suitcase. It's like, what are you, 8?
No, you know why? Because when it comes off the luggage rack, you identify, that's mine.
Well, first of all,
Because
why are you
other than
using
that,
the luggage rack? Carry on only, man.
Agree.
No, because you walk past and you see people waiting for their luggage to come out, and every luggage is the same. It's like, oh, it's this black case.
It's
like,
blue. It's black.
right?
Yeah, it's gray. Yeah.
And now you're no, that's mine. No, that's mine.
I got a trick for that. Share it with you later.
And now you have in yours because you grabbed the wrong bag.
Now, where do you stand on the bags that roll in every which direction? That's just that you don't have to pull straight behind you. They turn and rotate and pivot.
Oh, fantastic.
I just assumed that everybody had that.
I do not. That's why I almost bought one of these for myself last vacation.
Oh, okay, there's a whole world out there. Look, just move it along. Again, we're not going to get into shouting out certain brands, but yes, it's a great gift, but it's for a loved one. You're not going to show up to work and be like, David, I've gifted you a suitcase. What the hell does that mean?
I believe, Rico, we've talked about this next one before on the air. I can't remember for what occasion, but the beanie hat with the flashlight on it for if you're walking your dog late at night or if you're outside. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I believe you said you had one, correct?
What is he, Zoolander in the coal mine?
No.
The beanie hat with the flashlight. Can you imagine?
It works.
You can't buy that for somebody. That's a gag gift.
Unless you have a person who walks their dog at night and you're like, here you go. There you go.
What has happened? This is such an innocent light break from the world of sports.
Just trying to help people shop for Christmas, man. That's all I'm
And
doing
Hatchet's
here.
making it a Chappelle skit.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I am so sorry.
Next.
Next one. If you know somebody has a particular interest, a blank of the month subscription
No.
to a service, whether
No.
it's a coffee of the month, a food of the month, movie gear of the month.
Okay, no. That would work, but you have to know the person,
Right.
And know that like a coffee thing. Like I would get Mike something
Correct.
coffee wise because he loves his coffee.
We could get Gator a Hooker of the Month club.
I don't think that would happen.
That's called breaking the law.
I did this gift. I did this gift a couple years ago because my dad loves coffee.
Right.
So you can get the different kinds from all over the world, not the hookers. I didn't do that a couple years
Just
ago.
making sure. Be an awkward Christmas at your household.
Or just
You're Sharon Moore.
No, or think about it, Mike. Like the place you told me about the ham. If they sent you something every month,
Yeah.
you
Well,
would love that.
No, you can do that. You
Yeah.
can. But again, that has to be for a loved one.
Right.
See, it's some. I like the Kenny's variety here. Some of these you can get away with as like a Secret Santa coworker thing. Right. Certain things are reserved for the relationship.
Correct.
You can't just go around doing that.
And the last one here, I'm going to roll the grenade into the room that we always do and debate every single year, the cash and gift card idea. Half of us are on the pro side, half of us seem to be on the anti side.
Well,
I think
the
if
smart
you're
ones are on the pro side.
Yeah, if you're bonusing people at work, cash. It always plays, right? They can avoid Uncle Sam that way. The whole point is, like, you're not going to give cash to a loved one. That's like low effort stuff.
Actually, no.
I have no problem
Every
with
year.
that.
You're okay with cash from a loved one.
Yes.
Not a liked one,
You know
a
what?
loved one.
As I said, until the day that my nieces and nephews return it back and say this was the wrong size, I didn't like the color.
Okay.
Because you know what you want. I don't know what you want.
Like, okay,
so here,
a work
let
example.
me help you get what you really want.
Christmas is around the corner, and I give David money to go take his wife to dinner. That's
right.
You don't have to pay the tax on it. He goes enjoys dinner with his wife. That's a cash gift. I just.
But see, Mike, they're in their 20s, and my nephew's like 30 something.
Then why are you getting them anything?
Because they're my nieces and
Nah,
nephew.
They left. They're done.
Trust me. Oh, okay, Mr. Paul Servina is going to be 52, and you still going to be getting them something.
See, Rico, you're right, because that's how it is with my kids, my aunts, and everybody say, what do I get your kids? Well, they want to collect their money so they can buy their own thing. Just give them money.
And then he operates the skim.
No,
so the
stop
money comes
it.
in. He skims the till.
He gets the big.
No wonder he likes the cash.
No. But after a while, when they're young, yeah, you can hear they know what they want. They circle things, and I don't know. Do they still have catalogs?
They do.
Kids will never know the joy of when the Christmas catalogs arrived at the house.
The Sears catalog.
Oh, and it was great because as a poor kid, you lusted after things that really weren't that expensive.
It was Toys R Us for me.
Oh my God, what a time to be alive!
Yeah. Sears and Toys R Us. Yeah, that was it right there. You would take it to school with you, and everybody's gathered around. Just,
Kenny, Toys R Us was a toy store.
I know what Toys R Us was. Let's talk about media play. That, my friend, was the Christmas Blitz.
All right, December is busy. You're wrapping gifts, streaming holiday movies, and you got the family constantly grabbing your Wi-Fi, right? You need internet that can handle all the action without dropping the ball. That's why I got to tell you about the incredible holiday offer. You know what's fast? You know how fast fiber is? Well, Xfinity is offering fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month. That's the absolute best price, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. Seriously. Imagine getting super fast, reliable Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years straight. You can save thousands compared to some of the other guys. You can get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. It's the perfect gift for your whole home. But this offer is now through January 4th, so don't wait, guys. That's blazing fast, fiber-powered, gig speed Wi-Fi right now. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. That's Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo price for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and 1 unlimited line, welcome line, and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
All right, let's get to the people. I want to bring this up. I have another piece of audio for everybody today. If you missed our Quinn Hughes conversation with the audio, Odyssey.com rewind, we did mix in the Tigers with it. A name associated really is the only bat they were interested in, signed with the Braves on a 1-year deal. So hope your offseason I hope you're pumped. Your addition is a guy you had. Yikes. I want to play Jared Goff audio because I have to tell you, no hyperbole, this really pissed me off. I'm upset with this because this is why I don't like athletes, which is weird that we work in sports. But like I said, it's logo over player. But like this shows you how out of touch these guys are. So Jared Goff goes on the midday show. Now, Stoney was in for Gator, and, Doug had made a comment about, look, a lot of fans have doubts, etc., which is reasonable. The team does not have great odds to make the playoffs, and the team hasn't won back-to-back games. There was a follow-up opportunity there, but Stoney went full Stoney, and we didn't get it. But I want to play this audio for you. Listen to Goff's answer to that. And then I just want to explain why I'm upset. Are you kidding me? Mr. $50 million a year, supermodel wife. Oh, you're angry. Hey, here's an idea. Oh, you're mad people don't believe in you? Hey, Jared, with respect to the fans, you haven't won back-to-back games since September.
Yeah.
It's Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that people have doubts because every other week you kick them in the balls.
Yeah, you know what angers a lot of fans? Your third down percentage.
But why would you say that pisses you off? Why would you be mad that people doubt? This is my point. I said yesterday before I knew Goff felt that way, and I said they still live like it's last year.
Because they want blind fakes. We showed you that we could win 15 games in a year. We've shown you that we can make it to the NFC title game. Why are you still doubting us? Because this is a game about right now.
Win
you don't
back-to-back
believe
games.
so? You don't believe that? Ask the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, you made all these Super Bowls. Doesn't matter. They're not going to the playoffs this year. Think they're, hey, fans, be happy. No, that's not what fans do.
But Jared Goff is mad at fans for having, wait, let me get this straight. The playoff odds, depending where you look, are between 25 and 40%. Meet me in the middle. They have a 33% shot of making the playoffs. So if you're a logical person who looks at a team whose entire secondary's hurt, I'm sorry, you haven't won back-to-back games since September. Why would you go on the radio and say you're mad and now you want a spite win to prove your fans wrong? What are we doing here? That's the delusion of today's athlete. It just is. It's why I think having them on your air is a complete waste of time.
That's a man who's fallen in love with people chanting his name.
But how could... See, that's where when Stoney had the layup and he missed. Because then Stoney followed up with, we even had a guy call up and say, fire Dan Camp. No, that's not the follow-up. You don't make one crazy person the example. Your follow-up is, Jared, with all due respect, you guys haven't won back-to-back games in 90 days. Right. I think fans have a reason to doubt is every time they get happy, once again, balls kicked.
Right, you take it away from them. Yeah, why should you be upset? Why should that tick you off when you guys can't win back-to-back games?
And here's my other problem. Goff's response, if he's not in the clouds, should have been, I understand the fans' frustration. We're frustrated too. Right. That's it.
No, instead it was, how dare you question us?
Right, like he's got 7 rings. Like he's Tom Brady, how dare you doubt me?
Right. It's one of those things. Yes, if you're Mahomes, you could be like, yeah, you know what? Don't doubt us. We had a bad year. But, dude, yeah, you haven't won back-to-back games since end of September, and that's because you played the 2 teams in Ohio who are both god-awful, and that's the only reason why?
How dare you? I want to hear from the people.
And then was we're going to win in spite of, wait, so you spite winning your fans?
I just don't understand how when a team's been this inconsistent, the quarterback can go on the flagship and be angry at fans. What? He used the words that pisses me off. That's his words.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you angry? You should be angry at the fact you're in this spot. I'll be angry at the fans because they have doubts.
Yeah, the fans
what do you guys say?
Fans can be ticked off because you can't convert 3rd and 4th downs anymore. The fans can be ticked off because your defense is just giving up about 500 yards.
And the best part is, I think they'll beat the Steelers because the Steelers are useless. But then we're going to be right back in the same position.
No. They'll beat the Steelers, Mike, because they what?
Don't lose 2 games in a row.
All right.
And then they'll lose to the Vikings. Why?
Because why?
They don't win 2 games in a row.
JJ will get a sweep.
But I'd like to hear from the fans on this. And again, I some of you are paying customers, some aren't. I don't think that makes you better or worse. The point I'm making is if I buy tickets to go to that game, I'm actually really angry at my starting quarterback now. Let me get this straight. I spend my hard-earned money. I have some doubts about you and the team because factually, mathematically, you're in a really bad spot. That you haven't won back-to-back games, that you haven't been consistent, and now I got to hear the starting quarterback go, well, he's mad at me now. Mm-hmm. Huh?
Yeah, that doesn't make a lick of sense.
248-539-9797. David, what's your initial, when you heard that? And if you think, listen, guys, you got to let it go. I just don't understand his attitude in response to that.
Correct. He has to understand the plight of the fan. They are spending their hard-earned money, and you're not giving them anything to cheer about and to be happy about. He can't get on there and say, I'm pissed off at the fan. I'm sorry. What? You've not won back-to-back games in a while. You're not giving them hope. You're not giving them something that they can hang on to.
I'll tell you what
he's
he's
saying. Say that.
Hey, Jared, guess what? You don't control your own destiny. You need other teams to lose in order for you to get in there, but yet you're ticked off at the fans because of your inconsistency. This is right. This is where you identify with the fans. You identify with the people who spend their hard-earned money. I understand. We need to be better.
And there's no one angry at him. That's the thing. You'd think he's having a Zach Wilson experience in this town. He gets his ass kissed more than a toilet seat. So just hold on a second. And here's my problem. I said this to you with the Campbell audio yesterday. That was spoken like a guy who still is reverting to last year. How dare you doubt? No, you're not that team. That O-line is not the same. That D-line is not the same. The secondary is the same, and that's not a compliment. That's the thing that has really started to bother me is you've got to let go of what you did. It's no different than a movie star, a recording artist, or doorknob radio host. You are only as good as your last album, movie, radio show. Jared, no offense. Last year was magical. You were a primary reason they lost that playoff game. Turnover. Now we're on to a new year. You don't win back-to-back games since September, and you come on the air and go, you know what, guys, actually, that pisses me off.
Right.
Because people are living in reality that this team is not producing consistent product?
No, you should be pissed off at your team, not the fans.
What's your guys' reaction to that? And it's okay if you're not. I'm not asking you to feel any type of way. I'm communicating how I feel. This is why I get annoyed with athletes. You make $50 million a year, and even the lightest, and it's a critique. It's not even Jared Goff stinks. He doesn't. Jared Goff doesn't get attacked in this town. Jared Goff, he's not on the back page of the New York Post wearing a clown nose like Eli Manning did. No. They chant your name. You can't handle the fact that people are doubting this team that has a roughly 33% shot of making the playoffs. Yeah, you can take that elsewhere. That's crazy. To the best fans in the league, to the fans who packed that place, dude. I'm sorry, and I wish they would have followed up with, Jared, hold on a second.
Why are you angry at the fans?
You haven't won 2 games in a row since September. What are you mad at the fans for?
Last time I checked, the fans didn't give up 40-some points to the Rams. That
Hello.
wasn't the fans.
248-539-9797. I would love to hear from you guys on it. We can get some ticket texts as well. All right, Hungry Howie's has got you covered as the holiday season comes about. You're going to cook a lot, so take a night off. Order some pizza and relax, whether it's the college football playoff coming up or otherwise. Hungry Howie's mix and match deal. People are fussy, especially if you're like David. You got 17 kids. It's very simple. Everybody wants, I want a sesame crust, and I want this. Fine. For $7.49, you shut everybody up. Every item, $7.49, whether it's the Howie bread, whether it's the salads, the subs, and yes, the pizzas. Hungry Howie's mix and match. Online at hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com.
Greatest Christmas song ever. And only when Donny Hathaway sings it. I don't need anybody else looking at you, Chris Brown, and anybody else, Bruno Mars, or whoever else. Just stop. Just stop. Don't sing it. Jared Goff came on our air earlier today and kind of criticized the fans because they didn't believe in this team making the playoffs. And right now, let's just say you have a 1 out of 3 chance of making the playoffs. But instead of directing that anger towards his team, towards himself, saying we need to be better, we need to make the fans believe in this team, he's pissed off at the fans. And now he wants to beat Pittsburgh to spite the fans who don't believe in this team because this team hasn't won 2 games in a row in 3 months.
It's great. And I just want to say this too. No quarterback in football, maybe outside of Patrick Mahomes or Drake May, has been just deified in the last couple of years. Mind you, you haven't even been to a Super Bowl, much less won it.
Bro, put it this way.
You've been turned into a hero here. Don't talk to those people. Don't be mad at those people.
Mike, 7 days ago, people were talking about benching Jalen Hurts.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, but I meant what I said.
And he came off a Super Bowl. Maybe we should bench Hurts. But here, they chant your name in grocery stores, even when you're not there.
It just felt very bizarre to me. Oh, poor you that people are doubting the team. Well, the team has given them reasons. You're better served going, I understand it. But we'll show them. Mm-hmm. We're still the same team that went 15-2, even though I don't believe that's true. We're still, hey, we have a mindset. We're going to win out, and we will get their belief.
Yeah,
that's the only way you answer that.
We have to earn your trust back. It's real easy to say that, not laugh. Oh, really? Okay.
He felt like he was legitimately mad.
Right,
which is crazy.
After everything we've done for you, and this is how you want to treat us?
Yeah, mind you, he's making $50 million a year. Like, really? This upset your day?
Okay, let's go to that trophy case.
Oh, dear. Okay. See, you just had to do it.
No, but
he's mad at you. No, I'm okay. I'm kidding. All right, David, Ticket Text early returns before we get to the phones.
Jared, do what you got to do. Be pissed off. Call your sponsor. Get aromatherapy candles. Go win an effing Super Bowl, though. Ben from Ann Arbor. Someone else says, you guys are blowing Jared Goff's comments way out of proportion.
How?
Really? How?
That's all they
we
said.
We actually played them. We didn't read them.
I didn't paraphrase. I didn't make it. I played it. It's on our air earlier today.
You heard the inflections. We didn't twist it. This is what he said. But,
you know what it is? It's politics. That's all. People like that, it's red versus blue. You can't win. Mm-hmm. So I won't try.
Someone says marriage is easy when it's all honeymoon, but Goff learning what it's like when things get real and the bills are due. Jared Goff has been heralded as an absolute hero in this town. LA didn't want him. He revived his career here. We were here with him at his lowest of low. We want the guy to bring us a Super Bowl, but this BS, get over yourself, Goff.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Ultimately, if he plays well, no one's going to care. And I'm not writing off their ability to do it. Saying you have doubts is different. It's not like the question was phrased, yeah, people think you're a bum, should be thrown in the garbage, and the team has no hope. Well, there's a different response due there. That is not how it was paraphrased. Lord knows it was coming from Doug. Doug's the nicest person at this station. Give me a break with it. I mean, I tell you what, Jared, be happy you're here. You wouldn't survive 10 minutes in New York. You kidding me?
What do you mean they booed me?
They throw a garbage can at you.
New York, Philly. Like I said, I was shocked. Like, Hurts? Like, maybe we should bench him. Wow.
Go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike and Rico? How you guys doing?
Good, Steven.
Former Michigan Spartan fan here. So anyways, Jared Goff, I think he should do a lot more less talking and a lot more action, you know. And the thing is, when the Pistons were bad, Tom Gores did something to make the team better. And I just haven't seen any. I mean, talk is cheap. I mean, when you tell the fans, when Jared Goff gets angry at the fans, you don't point the finger at the fans. You point the finger at yourself. you're accountable. You know,
I don't even think that's necessary. Steve, he doesn't have to blame himself. He's had a good year. I think all you got to do in that spot is go, I get it. I understand it. We need to be more consistent. That's it. You live in reality.
Right, Mike. And every week I'm sick of Dan Campbell saying, "Oh, we're fine. We're gonna be okay." Yesterday he was like, "Oh, we just need to change things up and stuff like that." I'm like, "Okay, what are you going to do?" And have the same, and have next week if you lose to the Steelers next week, are you going to?
Well, that's not going to happen. But I hear you, Steve. I hear you. But look, they have a chance to do this, but it is their consistency or lack thereof that is the cause of the doubt. Fans aren't doubting you because they don't like your face or they don't like your ability, or they're doubting you because of the very resume you've put on the field over 15 weeks. Full stop. No one's making it up. And by the way, you should have lost to the Giants. That's a scarlet letter as well. Mm-hmm. So you haven't won back-to-back. You already lost to the Vikings. The Bears, I got to tell you, I'm gonna smash something if I hear another caller or host tout that Bears win in week 2 over 3 months ago like it's this crucible of truth, like that Bears team is this Bears team. Holy mercy.
No, here's the thing. If you tout that win, then you have to own the loss to the Vikings. So that they go hand in hand. So if you tell me, oh, we beat the Bears, all right, we also lost to Minnesota, what do you have to say about that? Oh, we can beat them. Because that's the one that gets me. Oh, Minnesota's not a problem. Really? They came here.
I'm with you.
They came here, and Flores not only figured out the code, but then he passed out cheat sheets to everybody else. That's how you beat the Lions.
McCarthy's playing better now than he was then. Functional. Look, I think the Lions are capable on their best day of beating most teams in the league. I don't think their best beats the Rams, but that's fine. You don't have to beat the Rams the next 3 weeks. But to act like this team who hasn't been consistent at all, I don't want to hear that. I don't know. Like, why would you answer it that way? Let me go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Tone. What's the word?
You know, I've been a Goff fan for a long time. I've been defending him probably for about 10 years now. But for him to say that, now it makes me come out and say, okay, dude, you can't say anything because what about these check down passes that you keep throwing in the dirt? What about that you're only a 3-yard quarterback that you can't even fathom the word scramble? What about the fact that you only get your best bet is to find St. Brown? It's like, dude, shut up. Just be quiet. You know, I don't think that he could get us to a Super Bowl. I think that Jahmyr Gibbs can get us to a Super Bowl, but I don't think that the offensive coordinator will let that happen. So, you know, man, Goff, just shut up, man. I'm about tired of him as much as Michigan fans.
Okay. I mean, Tone, listen, I share your sentiment. Is like, I don't ever really like it when athletes go at fans. Like, I think you're going to lose that battle. I think it's silly. The fans are why you exist. The business model that is built and the reason you have that contract and the life you've built. Yes, your ability is a big part of that, but it's the fans. It's the money they're willing to spend. So it's a bad idea. Like, show me in the history of sports where athlete taking on fans has ever really gone well. But here's the one thing I would say. Be careful about the whole 3-yard quarterback thing. Come on, that's not fair. Jared Goff throws the ball down the field. Jared Goff pushes the ball down the field. The problem, when your offensive line isn't playing well, you're gonna end up in a tough spot as it pertains to air yards, different things. What's the Lions' favorite thing to do? Well, they love the deep crossing routes. They love them, those in-breaking routes. You need time. Now, the Rams afforded you that because they rush 4, drop 7, and play primarily cover 4. And that's, hey, those routes work. O-line played okay. He threw deep shots.
Right. But then you play man, not so much.
Well, especially if they're going to be bringing that pressure. David is yelling at me every 10 seconds. David, I can count. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Maron. 248-539. I love you, Dave. You're a good man.
He's back in the game.
How dare you?
Wow, will you do that now?
David, how dare him? I'm upset on your behalf. All right, listen.
It's this lemonade.
Yeah, okay. Stop ignoring the cold. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup, make sure everything's running properly and safely. And right now, only $79, $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
This is a little bit more appropriate here. And I wanted to do this conversation before the end of the season. So they had 7 new hires coaching wise in the NFL. Okay. And I simply want to go through them now because I think 1 or 2 may be fired at the end of the year. Let's just do pass or fail so far.
Yeah, but I fire everybody. So I'm the wrong person.
Liam Cohen. Start with him.
No, I'm kidding. What do you want to know about Liam Cohen?
Just pass or fail so far on the job he's doing.
Pass. The only
Yeah,
negative
definitely.
is how he says Duval and he wears a Cabela's fishing vest.
Right. He needs to say it more like Jameis.
Exactly. But, dude, he's going to get the Jags to the playoffs, and he's at least building in a floor to the collapse of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, he actually looks like he has flipped this team. He actually looks like he's turned Trevor Lawrence into the NFL quarterback we all thought he was going to be.
So I'm starting easy. Ben Johnson.
Pass.
Oh, definite pass. You know what? He may move to the head of the class because he took a quarterback that I really wasn't sold on in Caleb Williams, and he slowly but surely he got Caleb to stop being his own worst enemy. Follow my plan, son. This thing will work.
So I'm going to give you another easy one. Should be the last easy one here, Mike Vrabel.
I'm not even dignifying that with a response. Next.
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, nothing like what he did at Tennessee. But.
So maybe there's a little bit more question mark with this one. And this one may be one I was thinking about here because we don't know how Jerry Jones will wake up every day. Brian Schottenheimer.
Pass.
Okay.
He took over a really tough situation. It's one of the better offenses in the league. I know the O-line has started to falter. The defense couldn't be fixed all in 1 year. I'm actually good with it. He waited a long time for a shot, and he's brought a lot out of Dak. I'm good with it. I say pass.
You know what? I'm going to agree because he was almost set up to fail from the beginning. I mean, you traded away Micah Parsons, and it looked like this is just – it wasn't going to work. Like, you gave away my best player? But he has made it work. Dak looks good. The offense looks good. And with the trades that they had, David, give him an off season, and I think that he can continue this.
Next on the list, let's head south. And one, Kellen Moore for the New Orleans Saints. They are 4-10.
A+. They play really hard for him. That's a really bad football team, bad cap situation, bad rebuild. I'll never understand the drafting of Tyler Shuck because they're going to replace him in this draft. But Kellen, they play hard. They've won some games. They compete. I think it's a major success for him in year one.
I don't know. You don't think they stumbled upon something with Tyler Shuck and just?
He's 50. He's your age. No.
You said that about Bo Nix.
And I don't think Bo Nix is going to win anything.
It's working. You know what, David? I would say an incomplete because
pass, fail. Pass, fail.
Yeah, cat enthusiast.
I fail.
Okay.
Wow.
I want to give him an incomplete, but pass, fail.
Now, again, it could change in 3 weeks.
It could.
Or the season. Right now, though, it's what we have. 4-10.
It took him a while to get to this point. He had to go through the Spencer Rattler year.
Mike, I'm proud of you so far. You have not fired anyone.
Not yet.
And failed anyone yet. So let's get to this one here because he just fired his defensive coordinator after a week or two ago, giving him, a nod of approval. And I like him, and he's good. And
yeah, Dan Campbell stuck with me.
Correct.
I'm going to stick with him.
Aaron Glenn, 3-11.
You know what? I'm going to go with pass just the way he struts up the sideline whenever they get that touchdown.
It's tough because just when you start to believe it's starting to take hold and it's the same struggle that Dan Campbell had year one, they do what they did Sunday, which was arguably the worst defensive performance of the year in the league. I'll still say pass. Impossibly difficult situation. He's got to stop with the media, though. He's got to stop. You can't go to war with the media in New York. You're going to lose. Stop that.
Media is soft.
And let's get to the final coach that was hired in this cycle, Pete Carroll. I
Failed.
think this was
Fired. Fired.
Yes.
Fired, you gum-chewing idiot. Fired. You're fired.
Well,
fired.
I mean,
gone.
I look at what he's done for the Raiders, and David, I see a lot of
Fired.
possibility there. And
guy's closer to wearing a diaper than he is winning a Super Bowl. Fired. Gone. Chew your gum in the old people's home. Fired. Disgrace. The Raiders are an absolute embarrassment top down. Fire everybody.
Maybe if he had brought more help for Geno, this would have worked.
Fire Mark Davis's barber. Fired. All of them.
No, this is one where they went all in and it did not work. And if you're the Raiders, if you're smart, you just pull the plug right here, right now. I think it'll be malfeasance if you give him another year.
Fired.
And let's close it
fired
out.
was not one of the options.
Fired.
Well, I guess
I
if
wouldn't
he's
even
failing
dignify
him,
by
yes.
failing him. You're fired.
Let's close it out with this. So
You're Sharoned.
Oh my! Outside of this
He's on
cycle,
OnlyFans?
Oh boy.
outside of the cycle,
Pete Carroll taking a bunch of sensual gum chewing pics.
Hey, I can get you tickets and sweatshirts if you hook me up with one of your girls.
outside of the cycle we just discussed, guys, give me one guy that you guarantee that you not necessarily guarantee, but you would fire today in the NFL. Head coach
Raheem Morris.
Okay.
Captain Capri Pants. Gone.
So Black Friday, he's out. Not
Todd
Black Friday.
Bowles,
Black Monday.
gone.
I'm sorry. He's
I was
out.
about to say Todd Bowles. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's finally getting to him. David, when I had to walk in and say, I had to make sure this wasn't AI. Like this was real. Like,
Jonathan Gannon.
the
Gone.
pressure's gotten to Todd Bowles. I think he knows that this team should be better, and he just can't get them to that spot. Raheem's okay.
Mike Tomlin. Gone.
I love it.
Mike
How about
Tomlin's
saying
about
one
Zach
coach?
Taylor.
No,
gone.
I said one coach. And he's
You're
naming-
fired. You're fired.
No, Mike Tomlin's about to do the whole turnaround thing, and if you're a Lions fan, you should be worried. This is the most dangerous. Think Wayne Fonts.
This is hilarious.
Fired.
That is your NFL blitz.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings host the Islanders tonight as winners of 4 of their last 5. New York is on a hot streak as well. John Leonard is up from Grand Rapids for Detroit. He's been slotted in the spot of Patrick Kane, who sits out the next 2 games. Jonathan Berggren has been picked up by the Blues. Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham is the name that's come up repeatedly in the Michigan search rumors. He was asked today if there's any part of him that wants to put those rumors to bed. Backup Wolverines QB Jaden Davis plans to enter the transfer portal per On3. Indiana football coach Kurt Cignetti has been named the AP Coach of the Year for the 2nd straight season. It's the first time that's ever been done. The ACC announced today they'll slow play their new 9-game conference schedule next season, where 12 of the 17 schools will see the change. According to Tony Paul of the Detroit News, Pistons TV viewership has increased by 97% compared to this time last year, the telecast averaging 800,000 viewers. And rapper Snoop Dogg will perform at halftime of the Lions-Viking game on Christmas Day. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. Let me just bring everything full circle here, okay? 2 pieces of audio have really fueled the show today. Weigh in however you like. I'm not asking you to feel any type of way. I'll give you the Jared Goff audio first. We'll do this in reverse order. Jared Goff on the midday show. And look, Doug led with a good question. You know, fans have some doubts that you guys are going to get this done and make the playoffs. Goff, to me, had a wild response. Now, in the end, talk is talk, and none of it matters if you win and make the playoffs. But why is Jared Goff mad at fans? Why does that remark anger him? You guys haven't won back-to-back games since September. You've given fans reason to doubt, especially when any good team you play, you lose. Sorry. So I want to play this audio. We'll get you there. Then I have a second piece of audio regarding Quinn Hughes. And it seems like, sounds like, feels like he was talking about the Red Wings. And that I felt like you could make a case he wanted to be here. And Elliot Friedman, who's as plugged in as any insider on any sport on the planet, says as much and says the holdup was Simon Edvinsson. That had people going crazy earlier. So let me play you the Goff audio first. David. What the hell is that? And again, the backdrop is if you win and make the playoffs, it all goes away. But what do you mean you don't have to reinstill the faith of anyone? Mm-hmm. Dude, you haven't won 2 games consecutively since September.
It sounds a little entitled, a lot.
You make $50 million a year. What are you, above it?
How dare you question me? You question this team, and your whole season's been a question.
You nailed it when you said Jalen Hurts was discussed as being benched. He won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
That's real estate you've never sniffed. Mm-hmm. Not here.
Right. You just can't win a consecutive game. And right now, you have a 1 out of 3 chance of making the playoffs.
Somewhere in between 25 and 40%, depending where you look. So Rico's splitting the difference at 33, and I support it. Go ahead. Sorry, I just want to make sure people don't yell at me.
Right. So if that's the case, you don't get the right to get angry and be pissed off because fans are doubting whether this team can make the playoffs. If anything, you need to be apologetic. I'm sorry we put you in this position. I'm sorry we haven't been consistent, and we're going to try to go out here and show you guys we are that team that you think we can be.
See, I'm in the middle on it. I don't need apologies. I would just say I understand it.
No. I'd rather hear that than
I understand.
laughing and, oh, really?
Yeah.
Really, Jared?
Because, again, this is the thing, and I've always said this, man. Detroit is one of the great sports towns in America, is you get that New York money, but you don't deal with the New York BS. You don't have 60 microphones in your face and a newspaper that puts cartoons of people on the back page in sports.
Right.
You know, like he's been deified here. Oh, God forbid we've offended your delicate sensibilities by doubting a team that's barely above 500 and can't stack wins. You're right. How dare us? That's weird. Yeah. And I have bad news for you. As a quarterback who's the highest paid guy in the team, make no mistake, you have to earn people's trust and prove people every week. You are no different than a movie star, than a recording artist, or an idiot radio host like myself. You are constantly in a state of proving yourself. It is just, that was a bizarre response to me. Mm-hmm. So that's one. The second piece of audio, I want to play Quinn Hughes. And he shouts out Billy Guerin, GM of the Wild, basically saying he had the balls to bring me in and give up what it was needed, and others didn't. And I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan. Huh? Oh, wait, you played here. Oh, wait, your parents love it here, and they vacation here. Oh, wait, you work out with Dylan Larkin in the offseason. It seems like, sounds like, feels like that was a shot at Yzerman. Now, people say they don't want to deal Edvinson because he's 6'6", 220. We've heard some wild comps of like, hey, we already have ASP. It's the same player as Quinn Hughes. No, he's not. But thank you for that. I mean, really? Come on, man. That's like comping an average white guy NBA player to Larry Bird. Well, they're both white. No.
Right, but if you made the deal for Hughes, guess what you're doing? You're hitting the clock, and we're on the clock. Let's go. Let's go win a cup.
You're also acquiring arguably the best left-handed defenseman in the game, and an offensive-minded guy who can play 25-plus minutes a night.
With the potential of this being a long-term contract.
So let's play the audio. And guys, open phone lines. Do whatever you like with either. I'm not asking you to feel any particular way. We're offering you how we feel. David, the Quinn Hughes audio, please. That, to me, is a direct shot at Yzerman. That sounds like a guy who wanted to be here. You can laugh at that, but connect the dots. New Jersey wasn't the bridesmaid in this. They were nowhere close. And even though Jack and Luke, his brothers, played there, they weren't close. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to sell you some fever dream that you could turn around and sign Jack Hughes in 2030. I'm not doing that. Played here. Parents have an affinity for the state, vacation here. He works out with your team captain in the offseason. Why would he say other teams could have done this, but they didn't? Why would he say I like Minnesota because it's close to Michigan? What? That's like saying I like Michigan because it's close to Kentucky. Like, what are you talking about? How long does it take to drive to Michigan? Or drive to Minnesota from here?
About 12 hours.
12 hours. You know, I like New York because it's close to, checks watch, North Carolina. What? It just feels like that's a shot at Yzerman. Mm-hmm. So, there's your audio of the day. We go to the people. Did I miss anything?
No.
We good?
We're good.
Julian Bats leadoff, 97.1. Jules, what's the good word, pal?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Jay Smooth, what's happening?
So I'm looking to address the Hughes topic, but in the form of a response to caller Steve from like an hour ago.
Sure.
First of all, not that there was any doubt before, but if there was on the epitome of a Steve bot, I present to you caller Steve. I mean, I weep for the Wings franchise that growing up in the 90s and in the early 2000s as a university student was the perennial franchise in the league. set the standard for winning. And now you've got fans who, a guy like Steve sounds like he knows what he's talking about, probably has watched the team for a while. And after 7 years of Yzerman, he's making excuses about potentially making the playoffs. I mean, I've talked at length about Steve's ineptitude and abysmal failure as a GM of the Red Wings. And my standard is, in this league, a GM has 3 years to turn a team around. And if you're not challenging, if you're not competing for a playoff spot by year 4, you've probably failed at your job. And here we are in year 7, listening or hearing excuses. Well, we're 6 points above where we were last year, and we've got the kids coming up, and this is our year. And as you say, Mike, if ifs and nuts and candies and butts, and what a Merry Christmas we would have.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my team as an example. Okay, the Leafs set the standard of failure, of what failure looks like under the Shanahan era and the core 4. But the argument that I would get in, day out with cult Leaf fan and hockey fan in general, is to say, just because the expectation in, let's say, year 3 of Austin Matthews was make playoffs, doesn't mean, or win series, doesn't mean that the expectation in year 6, 7, 8 of Matthews' era is win series. No, it's compete for conference, make conference final, and compete to make the Stanley Cup.
Jules, they've moved the goalposts because we've waited so long. Now people are going to treat making playoffs as if that's an accomplishment. I'm sorry, in year 7, that's not an accomplishment.
And in Toronto, that's actually an expectation. That's what this is like. They don't move the goalposts here. They have one set of goalposts and they stay in the same place every time.
That's right.
And that's why it's been a failure. And Mike, that's the tragedy that exists in Detroit now, that people are making those arguments about, well, this is our year.
Yeah.
And I think that when you look at the data, right, it's been an abject failure. And here you are, in the offseason it was Marner, and now you've got this blockbuster trade, and it's passed the Red Wings by. And to the argument about, well, Detroit may not be a destination, let me quote Kenny. That's what the money's for. That's his job, is to bring people like Quinn Hughes to Detroit. So to me, that's another knock of how much he's failed as a general manager, that he is either unable or unwilling, which is malfeasance, to make those deals. And again, for the life of me,
Jules, just because we're up against it, I want to kind of put a bow on it. Look, it's really simple. No one is saying Evanson's a bad player. Far from it. But the idea is,
you had the opportunity to get better.
Well, right. And again, you don't make this move and then never do anything else. You can replace the size, okay, the physicality of a guy like Evanson much easier than getting another bite at the apple at a player of Quinn Hughes' caliber, who also, by the way, doesn't fart in your face at the idea of playing in Detroit. Because in hockey, more than any of these other sports, the zero state tax states are dominating. They're dominating the open market. This was an opportunity, and I'm sorry. I think they messed up. Detroit.
Yeah, shout out for caller Julian being a Canadian guy that said Detroit right. Good for him.
Julian has respect for the show.
Progress.
That's the key. All right, lawyers, they always brag about the verdicts, the experience, like you're a stuffed marlin they put on the wall. Here's the problem. You're not just a number. You're a human being. And David Femininio, he's different. Yes, he wins big, but it's not about the bragging rights. This is personal for him. It always has been. Your medical costs, keeping your family steady, helping you move forward. That's what matters. It's your case, your life. If you're in a car accident, you call David. 855-65-CRASH, or you visit him online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, we get to the people. Both topics at play. We go to Jeff. He's up next, 97.1. Jeff, what's good, man?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe the malfeasance of this situation. I knew they weren't going to get him, but now that I hear that you guys are telling me all it took, well, I don't know exactly what it took.
Here's what it took, according to Elliot Friedman. You tell me what you want to do. It was either Danielson or Casper. It was a first-round pick, and it was Evanson. And according to ESPN.com and Elliot Friedman, Evanson was the sticking point.
I don't know the last time one of our rookies or supposed young kids won Rookie of the Year. So trade them. You got to trade them. I cannot believe that they did not. Yzerman overvalues every one of our prospects. He's done that historically, and it's time for him to go. He has to go.
Well, all right, hold on. Jeff, we need to reserve that conversation for if and when they don't make the playoffs. Now, look, it's a hyper-competitive East. It's very crowded. 2 points separate you from being in and out. Now, that'll change as the year goes along. But, Jeff, let me ask you this question. So we've gotten the kickback. The people defending it are saying, look, you can't get rid of Evanson, 6'6", 220. He's the only size we have on the blue line. My issue with that is you're doing this deal in a vacuum to where – what, you don't have an ability to address some grit for the playoff run at the deadline?
Yeah, you can go out and add other pieces if
you have Mo Sider. You do have Mo Sider, and what I will say again, Edvinson might be a good player. I think he's going to be a marginal to average player. He doesn't have a lot of points. I don't see him crushing people. I don't know why we would want to hold back a trade in this guy, other than Yzerman thinking he's something that he isn't.
I think there's a belief in this town, and I leave Trajan Langdon out of this. He hasn't been here long enough. But between Scott Harris, between Brad Holmes, and between Steve Yzerman, they fall in love with their own people. And it's just symptomatic.
And after 7 years, I'm not happy with them just making the playoffs this year. They should have been in the playoffs already, and they should be competing for a Stanley Cup. And when Yzerman was a captain, if he walked into the dressing room and said, hey, guys, I think we're going to just try to compete for a playoff spot this year, I guarantee you he would not say that as a captain of that team.
Yes.
Guarantee it.
Well, Jeff, that's the thing is I do believe standards have really slipped in this town. I do. And the Red Wings were the banner. They were the gold standard. I'm sorry, but year 7, like I'm going to laugh in the face of anyone who wants some coronation for Steve Yzerman because they made the playoffs in year 7. I'm not doing that.
I agree.
That's ridiculous.
It's a non-event for me, to be honest with you, if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's almost like what you're owed. I mean, like, look, they've punted the trade deadline for years. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like it's a debt that's owed to you at this point.
And the last thing you mentioned about coming to Detroit, we tried to get Zach Parise and Suter. We basically flew out there and gave them, whatever we wanted. Right. Nobody wants to come here. And if Hughes wanted to come here and we didn't get him, that's even worse.
Yeah. And that's worse. Jeff, that's the thing. And it's not a defense mechanism. It's just something I've asked people who have been angry that people are angry. If this is such a garbage idea and you think Quinn Hughes is such a bad player, then why did your God want him so bad? Why were you the bridesmaid? Why did you ever involve yourself? And again, if you're saying I'm putting too much faith in Elliot Friedman, you can make that accusation. I'd ask you, if I can't have faith in Elliot Friedman's reporting,
then who?
Then who? He named Edvinson.
Yeah, because
he lined it up.
Yeah, and he's got no skin. He's got no agenda. He's just like, hey, here's what happened.
Well, and Hughes made the comments. If you think it has, you know what no one's done? No one has called today and told me, no, those comments aren't in any way directed at Yzerman or the Wings. No one has said that.
No. Those are 2 shots at the Wings.
At least that's what it sounds like, feels like, seems like.
He said the word Michigan. He says it's by Michigan, and then he also challenged the Stones of whatever GM wasn't ballsy enough to go and make that move.
Right. Kenny, I love living in Detroit because it's close to Atlanta.
Right.
That's 12 hours away. That's what Quinn Hughes offered you. That it's close to Michigan. That's why he likes Minnesota. 12-hour drive. What?
And then you combine that with the Freege report when he was talking on his podcast. It's really hard for me not to believe that he wasn't taking a direct shot at Steve Yzerman.
Feels like it, because it sounds like he wanted to be here.
Yep.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I want to comment on the Jared Goff comment.
Sure.
I don't understand why these guys think that they're above criticism. I don't understand why people can't criticize that the Lions haven't had as good a season this year as they have had in the past. They haven't played up to snuff. And for people to, for him to criticize the fans, or even when people get upset, when people may question, whether or not Dan Campbell, when you had to start questioning Campbell or the GM Holmes. Now maybe it's not time to get rid of those people.
No.
But everybody came to a time. Rick Carlisle with the Pistons got him to a certain point and couldn't get him there, and they brought Larry Brown in. Maybe that's the same thing that happens with Dan Campbell. I'm not saying that is or isn't, but that's a real possibility. And people, they're not above reproach, and Jared Goff has no reason to sit there and criticize the fans. They're watching, the fans that are watching this see what's happening, and they're not happy with it. Why would anybody have confidence that you can win 3 in a row when you haven't done that, since the beginning of the year?
I'll tell you why. I think because it feels like it comes from a place of entitlement. That you were entitled to this never-ending belief structure, even if your work doesn't match it. Last year at 15-2, no. I mean, I understood when people were mad. Like when Aleem McNeil went down, I said, okay, we can't win the Super Bowl. And people were like, you're overreacting. I'm like, guys, players like that don't grow on trees. And that's the centerpiece of the defense. It's the same thing here with Brian Branch. This team isn't 15-2. This team's lucky to be above 500. And when you haven't won back-to-back since September, no, Jim, I'm with you. It's totally okay. I didn't understand the response. That's all. I'm not going to sit here and I don't carry a grudge about it. Like if they go out and win the games and do what they're supposed to do, we're good. But don't be hitting the fans with a chair.
Right. The fact you're angry at the fans are looking at this season saying, well, you haven't done it all year since the beginning of the year when you won 4 straight. I don't know if you can win 3 straight. And you're pissed off? Like, no, that's not how this goes. If anything, say nothing, or I understand where the fans are coming from. But to be angry because the fans don't believe in the product that you're putting out on the field every Sunday?
That's not for me. I never, but that's the thing. We are fans, okay? When I get mad at fans, it's a different discourse. When you're an athlete and the fans are the only reason you exist and you're making the money you're making, yeah, Jared, just power it down.
Yeah, and Jared, hey, these same people that you're upset about, chant your name.
Right. We argue about sports for a living. There's a different discourse.
Right. They hold you up as their hero, and this is how their hero is upset because you're not playing well, but it's their fault. Because that's what it seems like he's saying.
David, some ticket texts. I know there's assorted topics. Go ahead.
The golf comment pisses me off. I worry it's a new culture rolling downhill. Holmes with receipts, Campbell with the we're good, and then this.
Well, what have I said all year? There is an element of arrogance with that franchise. And you have to be careful that while we appreciate the turnaround and we appreciate their winning games, and if the bad year is that we have a shot at the playoffs in the last few weeks of the season, you're living the high life, okay? The point is, you haven't been to a Super Bowl, much less won 1 or 3. They're acting like a team that's already done it. And that's a little off-putting to me because that's just not who they are. That's not what this is. You want to talk about grit and Detroit versus everybody? Be grounded. I feel like somewhere between last year's 15-2 and now, something has gone off kilter as far as attitudinally. It just doesn't sound right to me.
Well, I think that edge is gone, and now it's a little bit of, we're now at the table, but it's like, but you're not at the head of the table. You got a seat.
And they can get a chip and a chair at the poker tournament if they win their last 3. But don't be mad that people have doubts. The math has doubts about you. What the hell's the problem here?
You're not in your own. You don't control your own destiny.
I like if that was Caleb Williams and a radio host is like, yeah, people have doubts about you making the playoffs, and it's like, well, wait a second now. We've already won 10 football. It just doesn't add up to me. No offense, you're not on a streak of winning 8 out of 9 games.
Right. Not having doubts when you control your destiny, when all you have to do is win and you're in. You can win all 3 of these games and you still may not be in.
David.
If we traded Evanson, we wouldn't be able to address his loss in the offseason because this organization has shown they don't have pro-level scouting.
Then that's another shot at Yzerman. Period. Making this deal now acting as if without Evanson, this team will be bad, or if you have a concern about a little bit of physicality or grit on the blue line, that you can't address that at the deadline. Once again, that's a straw man. That's just not reality.
And maybe it's small potatoes, but if they made that type of a trade for Hughes and Edvinson with that deal working, that at least shows me there's a want to. And I know that's bar's low, man, but that's the bar right now.
No, Kenny, you're not wrong. I think you've stated it perfectly. We just want to see our teams going for it. And not like, hey, here's your offseason, Gleyber Torres and Drew Anderson.
Are we going to make try T-shirts? Just try.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Rico's Coney Island thing, really, it plays. It does. FanDuel, number one sportsbook for SGPs, points, rebounds, threes, assists. FanDuel is the best place. You combine your picks into an SGP, and away you go. It's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet the stuff you like the way you want. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Great to have everybody with us. Been a very busy day. We'll get back to business in a second, but just briefly, with the holiday season coming up, and this is Kenny's first Christmas, we bludgeon people to death with football. This is, as a married man, his first Christmas, a Christmas gift-giving guide, Blitz.
Okay.
7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
Fast-paced, and I pray David selects some decent music and none of that seductive Silent Night nonsense. Let's get to it. Oh, dear God.
Ah, yes. Mike, you had to know that was coming.
What is
That's
this, Michael
on you.
Bolton or Kenny G?
Kenny G.
TJ, please.
Fellas, gather around the Christmas tree. We're going to discuss some of the more popular ideas of what people are getting.
Do you decorate your hot dog roller?
For each other on Christmas. We're going to ignore that and roll right through it. 2025, the best gifts that people are suggesting for your friends, for your family, for your loved ones.
Okay.
Not that. The first one on the list is everybody loves a good Bluetooth speaker. Good for all times of the year. Blast the music, blast the game, whatever you like.
Yes.
I've always found a Bluetooth speaker to be useful.
1,000% yes today's. The technology's gotten so good. They make speakers the size of your iPhone. It'll fill your house.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
They always play. I don't know who the hell would be mad at getting one. It's fabulous. Yes.
It travels well with you. Yeah, you could take it out on your boat to the beach in the summer.
You can put it next to your hot dog roller.
Factual.
Yes, Kenny. It's a home run. I'm not going to shout out certain brands, but yes.
This one more of a domesticated one, a towel warmer.
Oh, dear.
For your shower towels. You put it right next to the shower, and you walk out, you have a nice piping hot towel for you.
Not anything I would ever consider.
I don't need this.
How about David?
Yeah, no, I'm good on this. Don't need it.
I don't know about that.
Even in the wintertime where it's ice cold the second you get out of a shower?
No. What, do you not turn your thermostat on?
No, but it's always colder coming out of the water, you know?
Rico's silent. I'm looking for some help here.
I'm good.
I feel like Cookie's waiting for John to talk this morning.
No, I don't want a sandwich.
Okay, I don't want a sandwich.
No, I'm trying to think, like, is that really practical?
I think you can do better. That's how I would say that.
Kenny, you know what that is? That's a pizza oven. You would use it once or twice, and then it becomes a towel rack that you paid a lot of money for.
I'm with Rico.
All right.
It feels frivolous.
Fair enough. I thought it was a good idea. Next one.
Is that what you did?
No, God, no.
Not
Not for the first Christmas as a married man. Right.
And maybe your last. Who knows?
Rico, I want to start with you on this one because this seems like it could be down your alley.
Oh, boy.
As colon man.
What are you going to buy him? A basement?
No.
Not where I thought he was going with this. Okay.
A hot
Chappelle.
sauce variety pack.
Okay.
Whoa.
I wonder why he thinks this is good for you.
Because you're a colon man. You are a colon man. That is why.
Hot sauce.
I think this is strictly
what's good on hot
coworker
sauce?
style gift. I don't think you get a loved one this.
A hot sauce variety pack, Kenny, it's something that you pick up at the last second. Or something that you actually end up regifting. Like somebody gives it to you, and then you give it to somebody else. Yeah.
What you gonna use the hot sauce on, Rico?
Right.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, chicken or fish.
See, Kenny's never even seen that skit. He doesn't understand the joke. Chappelle Show forever. Tremendous. Just please.
But no, Kenny, not for somebody that you actually care about, more like a coworker or, one of those Secret Santa type things.
This next one is one that I almost pulled the trigger on just as a purchase for Kenny.
A fifth.
No.
Oh.
A weighted blanket. A nice weighted blanket. I hear it turns you into a zombie when you're trying to go to bed, hard to sleep. Very helpful in that department.
10 out of 10. It sounds like a bunch of pitchy woo-woo science nonsense. Now, this is something you got to
get used to.
You can't buy this for everybody, but I'm telling you. Now, Kenny, you're going to feel like you're Dracula's tomb. It's over once you're in there.
But Kenny, as a married man, you have to be your wife has to be okay with this as well, or else it's.
We've had the conversation. She's all in on a weighted blanket, so definitely possible. Also that.
No.
Man, we lost cabin pressure real quickly on this thing, huh? Another thing with Rico in mind.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this ought to be good.
A nice set. No, maybe you could put some of these in there, but a nice set of travel luggage for a guy that you know or a woman you know that travels frequently in their lives. Rico, you're Mr. Vacation, although you have been one known not to travel with luggage sometimes, so
right.
I don't know.
He's the creepy guy who boards the flight with no bags.
Hey, nothing to get lost. No, Kenny, if you good set of luggage, yes. But it's one of those things, either you go and you get great luggage or just don't do it at all, because cheap luggage is a waste of money. It tears up. Yeah.
I think it's a tremendous gift for your spouse. If you travel, that is something you as a couple enjoy, yes. You can spend the money, and the best part is if she's not going with you, you can steal the bag of choice anyways.
That's you're so right.
I have a great brand. I can't shout that out. But yes, Kenny, sensible, mature.
I'm just going to use this time. You're not going this time.
Well, you know what?
You hate to see it.
I'll be back in a few days. I'm going to go ahead and take that. Get a neutral color. Don't,
Yeah, all black or gray. You can't, Kenny, don't. I know what you're going to do.
I wouldn't go with all black because it gets easily
No,
lost.
if you get white luggage, you're going to have a real problem. It's the same thing as these dinglings. I always love when I'm walking through the airport and some jackhole has like a leopard print suitcase. It's like, what are you, 8?
No, you know why? Because when it comes off the luggage rack, you identify, that's mine.
Well, first of all,
because
why are you
other than
using
that,
the luggage rack? Carry on only, man.
Agree.
No, because you walk past and you see people waiting for their luggage to come out, and every luggage is the same. It's like, oh, it's this black case.
It's
like,
blue. It's black.
right?
Yeah, it's gray.
like,
Yeah.
And now you're no, that's mine. No, that's mine.
I got a trick for that. Share it with you later.
And now you have in yours because you grabbed the wrong bag.
Now, where do you stand on the bags that roll in every which direction? That's just that you don't have to pull straight behind you. They turn and rotate and pivot.
Oh, fantastic.
I just assumed that everybody had that.
I do not. That's why I almost bought one of these for myself last vacation.
Oh, okay, there's a whole world out there. Look, just move it along. Again, we're not going to get into shouting out certain brands, but yes, it's a great gift, but it's for a loved one. You're not going to show up to work and be like, David, I've gifted you a suitcase. What the hell does that mean?
I believe, Rico, we've talked about this next one before on the air. I can't remember for what occasion, but the beanie hat with the flashlight on it for if you're walking your dog late at night or if you're outside. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I believe you said you had one, correct?
What is he, Zoolander in the coal mine?
No.
The beanie hat with the flashlight. Can you imagine?
It works.
You can't buy that for somebody. That's a gag gift.
Unless you have a person who walks their dog at night and you're like, here you go. There you go.
What has happened? This is such an innocent light break from the world of sports.
Just trying to help people shop for Christmas, man. That's all I'm
and
doing
Hatchet's
here.
making it a Chappelle skit.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I am so sorry.
Next.
Next one. If you know somebody has a particular interest, a blank of the month subscription to a service, whether it's a coffee of the month, a food of the month, movie gear of the month.
Okay, no. That would work, but you have to know the person,
right?
And know that like a coffee thing. Like I would get Mike something coffee wise because he loves his coffee.
We could get Gator a Hooker of the Month club.
I don't think that would happen.
That's called breaking the law.
I did this gift. I did this gift a couple years ago because my dad loves coffee.
Right.
So you can get the different kinds from all over the world, not the hookers. I didn't do that a couple years
Just
ago.
making sure. Be an awkward Christmas at your household.
Or just
you're Sharon Moore.
No, or think about it, Mike. Like the place you told me about the ham. If they sent you something every month,
yeah,
you would love that.
No, you can do that.
Yeah.
You can, but again, that has to be for a loved one.
Right.
See, it's some. I like the Kenny's variety here. Some of these you can get away with as like a Secret Santa coworker thing. Right. certain things are reserved for the relationship.
Correct.
You can't just go around doing that.
And the last one here, I'm going to roll the grenade into the room that we always do and debate every single year, the cash and gift card idea. Half of us are on the pro side, half of us seem to be on the anti side.
Well,
I think
the
if
smart
you're
ones are on the pro side.
Yeah, if you're bonusing people at work, cash. It always plays, right? They can avoid Uncle Sam that way. The whole point is, like, you're not going to give cash to a loved one. That's like low effort stuff.
Actually, no.
I have no problem
Every
with
year.
that.
You're okay with cash from a loved one.
Yes.
Not a liked one, a loved one.
As I said, until the day that my nieces and nephews return it back and say this was the wrong size, I didn't like the color.
Okay.
Because you know what you want. I don't know what you want.
Like, okay,
so here,
a work
let me
example.
help you get what you really want.
Christmas is around a corner, and I give David money to go take his wife to dinner. That's right. You don't have to pay the tax on it. He goes and enjoys dinner with his wife. That's a cash gift. I just.
But see, Mike, they're in their 20s, and my nephew's like 30 something.
Then why are you getting them anything?
Because they're my nieces and nephew.
They left. They're
No,
done.
Trust me. Oh, okay, Mr. Paul Servina is going to be 52, and you still going to be getting them something.
See, Rico, you're right, because that's how it is with my kids, my aunts, and everybody say, what do I get your kids? Well, they want to collect their money so they can buy their own thing. Just give them money.
And then he operates the skim.
No,
so the
stop
money comes
it.
in. He skims the till.
He gets the big.
No wonder he likes the cash.
No. But after a while, when they're young, yeah, you can hear they know what they want. They circle things, and I don't know. Do they still have catalogs?
They do.
Kids will never know the joy of when the Christmas catalogs arrived at the house.
The Sears catalog.
Oh, and it was great because as a poor kid, you lusted after things that really weren't that expensive.
It was Toys R Us for me.
Oh my God, what a time to be alive!
Yeah. Sears and Toys R Us. Yeah, that was it right there. You would take it to school with you, and everybody's gathered around.
Kenny, Toys R Us was a toy store.
I know what Toys R Us was. Let's talk about media play. That, my friend, was the Christmas Blitz.
All right, so we talked about Hughes's comment about not being here in Detroit. Well, we kind of seems like he took a shot at Detroit. Also talked about Jared Goff's comments from the midday show where he was ticked off that fans were upset that they didn't know if the Lions would make the playoffs. If you missed any of the show, use the Odyssey Rewind to go back and listen to that segment. Rieger? Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Oh, okay. Jeff Rieger coming up next. I don't know if Wojo's going to be with him or not.
Nope.
David, a few texts before we hand this thing over to Rieger.
Few texts. Someone says Eiserman wouldn't give up David Putney. That's why the trade didn't go down. That is a draft day reference for those that don't know. Yeah. Better Golf is pissed than beat down. There are reasons they couldn't beat the Rams. They scored 34 points. Okay. I believe the Lions can win the Super Bowl this year. Again, who can't the Lions beat? The Rams? They only lost by 7. Oh, my. Hopium. A lot of hopium going around, guys.
Okay, but you lost to the Rams. You
lost to the Eagles.
You lost to the Packers
twice.
So
Vikings.
With you,
Chiefs.
I guess you gotta. Okay, all right,
guys. It only takes a 7-game winning streak. That's it. Just a 7-game winning streak
to win the Super Bowl.
They win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Everybody's going to be happy.
Back to back since the end of September, beginning of October. They're going to win 7 in a row.
That just means they're due.
Evan and I were looking at the offense because I think the offense is totally overrated. Everybody's like, oh, this offense is so great, except for when it plays the Chiefs or like the Vikings or Kansas City or, I'm sorry, Green Bay twice. But it actually has gotten better against the better defenses since Campbell has taken over. Like it started, they scored 9 against Philly, then they scored 24 against Green Bay, and they just scored, 34 against the Rams? So who knows? Maybe it's getting better.
I guess.
Or maybe not.
I guess.
Yeah, but to be fair, those 34 points, that's fooling people.
Well, yeah, considering they disappeared in the third quarter,
Yes.
totally got out-coached by Sean McVay. Did you see that Aaron Andrews was reporting that those 2 tackles for the Rams stayed on the bench at halftime? Did you see this during the game? They stayed on the bench and they talked like strategy of how to stop the Lions offense.
Yes.
Yeah. And then they did it.
Well, it's why I said the game reminded me a lot of the NFC title game because the Lions are yucking it up. Hey, let's have a track meet in the end zone after a touchdown. They acted like the game was over. And it's like, you still got another half to play. You may not want to rub it into the Rams and just wake up a sleeping giant. Well, guess what they did? They woke up the Rams.
What do we think, though? Do we think they make the postseason? Because the people that say they're going to win 3 in a row, they haven't done that since week 5, October 2nd, I think it was. But, I mean, the Steelers, David will admit they stink, even though Aaron Rodgers going against a depleted secondary. And then the next week, could they really lose to J.J. on Christmas?
Okay.
For the second time this year?
Think about this.
Although J.J.'s playing better.
If they win against the Steelers, that's a guarantee, right, David?
Correct.
Then that means the next week.
They lose.
They can't win back-to-back.
They lose. But if not, somebody on this radio station has been saying this for months.
Who predicted this?
That week 18
Mark Ryan
was going to be a winner-take-all game. Lions.
Who predicted this?
And
Karsh,
the Bears. No. It's teacher versus the student. And the Bears aren't that good.
Okay, so I got a question for you. You got a Vegas guy that can give you like advance numbers.
Right.
Like I remember we did this for like Michigan Gonzaga, if it ever happened that one year.
Well, you're asking me now. It's going to take some time.
I'm asking you now. By tomorrow,
Okay.
could you have an advance number for what it would be in Chicago, Detroit for the postseason? What do you think that'd be?
I can figure that out.
Like
he may be listening. and
Would the Lions be favored?
I don't know. I doubt it. On the road, I would say probably Chicago 1.5.
Okay,
that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds about right.
But
could the Lions stop the Chicago run? The Lions don't stop the run anymore, and the Bears really run the football successfully.
This is Jared Goff's chance to go out there in that ice cold weather because it's going to be brutal.
Well, I tell you what, man.
And you better hope it's not flex to the night.
Well, you better not doubt the Lions either because it really pisses Jared off.
All right. What you got going on?
We're going to talk about that. How'd that do for you? I mean, I heard that comment. I was listening to live Stoney and Karsh talking to Jared Goff. He always sounds so agitated to begin with to do that interview. And then he said it pisses him off that Lions fans are doubting this
And
team.
he's going to win in spite of them.
Oh, yeah, that.
How about you just win?
Right, the very people that love you and chant your name, you want to win and rub it in their face, they'd be happy that you won.
Entitlement 101. Jeff Rieger, Wojo with you?
Ha!
Okay, Jeff Rieger up next, 97.1.